Mic test 1 2. Mic test 1 2. Mic test 1 2.
Sanbonan. Sanbonan. Dumelang. Molweni bethuni. Good morning. Goeiemorgen. Abshen. Oh, wow. As we are settling down, colleagues, the time now is 21 minutes past 9. And we intended to start at 9 o'clock. So we are 21 minutes behind schedule. I'm a woman of time. So can we please settle so that we can officially start with our program for today? Ladies and gentlemen, I understand that today we're here to celebrate the Africa Day. And I am not hearing any ululations. I am not hearing any video, makwelo. So I'm not so sure that I'm in the right place. Yeah. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, ne? I can see that the students are really, really up for it. There's some there that want to stand up and do it. They want to kita. Yes, that's us, Africans. Now I know where I am. I can identify with this place. At first, I thought I was lost. But hey, I'm found. Without any waste of time, we're going to start with our official proceedings for the day. And ladies and gentlemen, standing before you is Vatiswa Paphuza Mxaka. I am the Deputy Vice Chancellor responsible for research, responsible for internationalization, responsible for innovation, responsible for postgraduate studies and library services at Tshwane University of Technology. That was a mouthful. But today, we are here to celebrate. We are here to truly understand or to explore for ourselves the intersection between education, innovation, and science. I am so excited today as a scientist myself to be in a room where the deliberations are going to be focusing on the convergence points between these three. And I am so optimistic that Dr. Danny Tutoy, this is not just going to be a once-off event, and then we're going to leave in here with no implementation of that which will be learned from here. So as we start with our program for today, I would like to start by doing some few acknowledgements. And please don't worry if I don't acknowledge you now. I'll be acknowledging people throughout the day, but I will start with our dignitaries. Mr. Danny Tutoy, who is now the Acting Director General at the Department of Science and Innovation, which is called DSI. And His Excellency Dr. P.V. Lushman, Higher Commissioner of the Republic of Mauritius in South Africa, Mr. David Helu, the First Secretary Political Namibia High Commission in South Africa, Mrs. Edna de Sos, who is the first secretary, Political Namibia High Commission in South Africa. Mr. Rolfus Makoka, first Councillor, Kenya High Commission in South Africa. And we also have in our midst, Professor Mohammed, now my tongue is going to twist, Pelosin, who's the Commissioner, Education, Science and Technology and Innovation, African Union Commission, AUC, who's gonna join us online with a pre-recorded message. So though I will stop there with acknowledgements for now, but would acknowledge everyone as we go along. I would like to generally acknowledge everyone who's in the room. Our auspicious speakers who are going to be speaking to us today, deliberating on these particularly important topics for our country to try to drive our nation forward. And it is within my heart of hearts that it doesn't end here, colleagues, it doesn't end here. We go and implement. So without any further ado, allow me to call upon the Tshwane South College Choir, who will lead us in singing of the South African national anthem, as well as the AU anthem. Over to you. I thought you'll come with some noise. They deserve much more round of applause. Are there any mothers in the room? Are there any mothers in the room? I don't think we have mothers in the room. Yeah. A word of sincere gratitude to the choir. Thank you so much. We are always elated when our children are in the right places at the right time. This is what we are all for in Africa. We want our children to be at the right place at the right time. So we really salute you. And we know that in you, there's not just future leaders, there's current leaders. So we're looking forward to see you taking this country to the next level. All right, let us call upon for the welcome remarks so that we can be told that we can take off our jackets, those are wearing jackets. Welcome remarks by Advocate J.T. Chuluane, who is the principal for Tshwane South College. This is where we are, in case you didn't take note of where you are. So the Tshwane South College principal, please come to the fore and welcome the whole crew that is in the room. Is it Twalandwe?
Thank you very much, Chair, for the borrowed gowns. I'm Ponso Musweu. I'm not the advocate. Apologies on behalf of the advocate. He's not feeling well. I'm Ponso Musweu and I'm the acting deputy principal registrar. However, this morning I've been given a responsibility to act on behalf of the advocate. Long live the enduring spirit of Kwame Nkrumah, long live. Long live the enduring spirit of Samora Machel, long live. Long live the enduring spirit of Semna Joma, long live. Long live the enduring spirit of Julius Nyerere, long live. Long live the enduring spirit of Samora Machel, long live. Long live the enduring spirit of Thomas Sankara, long live. Thank you very much. On behalf of the management of Tshwane South College, ladies and gentlemen, of whom I am speaking on behalf of, I wish to take this opportunity to acknowledge the presence of the Director General from the Department of Science and Innovation, Mr. TVET, and also appreciate the entire delegation of the diplomatic delegation in our midst this particular morning. And we also want to welcome and appreciate the delegation of the Department of Higher Education and Training in all your manifestations, and also appreciate the presence of the principal of Tshwane North, Metsibuho, as we are both co-hosting as Tshwane South College and Tshwane North TVET College in this prestigious event this particular morning. We also wish to acknowledge the leadership of the SRC from both institutions in all your manifestations, but most importantly, you yourselves, students, whom you are going to participate in this particular process that we are going to have this particular morning. I wish to greet you all in your eminence. We want to welcome everyone, and we are saying that this particular day is quite important and significant in many accounts. We celebrate this particular day as a consequence of many sacrifices that were made historically to be able to be where we are. As we forge forward, we need to be able to appreciate where we come from. And we are saying this particular opportunity, it also presents a prestigious opportunity for young people to be able to reflect and appreciate where we come from as Africans, particularly how we've been marginalized historically and otherwise. But it must also present an opportunity for you to be able to be conscious when you are able to move forward, you are able to be able to reflect and so on. So we just want to say, all of you, you are welcome, and the deliberations that are going to ensue this particular morning, we are of the considered opinion or view that there will be of the betterment of ensuring that you are able to shape your thinking and understanding going forward. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Acting Principal, for those very important and profound words of welcome. So now that we feel so much welcome, I must say it is so encouraging that this day is celebrated in this manner, where our students get to be empowered to be the future-ready graduates, as I would call, because the deliberations that are going to be taking place here, they're shaping the careers of our students. The program today, as I said earlier on, is really going to help us to look at how do we reconcile and make use of the technologies, the science and the education, and ensuring that is preparing our students for the future. With a focus on TVET college students. There's going to be discussions also around the role of industry, whilst we are also preparing our students not only to be taken up by industry, but also to be the entrepreneurs, those that are going to create jobs in our country, to address the economy of our continent at large. So it is so interesting that the program for today and the celebrations thereof are crafted in such a way that they are having the developmental aspect in mind, not just for ourselves, but for our students, because our focus is in building the cohort that will take this continent forward. I thought you would clap hands, students, because this is all about you. Gone are the days where the academic institutions were seen as monuments of elite. And we have changed now the narrative and the status quo. The academic institutions are not just monuments of elite, but they exist to solve societal challenges, working together with our government, working together with our industry. And this is what the program will be alluding to today. So to our students, I am so excited for you. My heart always goes out to our students because we are what we are because the students are the ones who are going to take over from us, and we need to pass on the baton, not just passing on the baton, but passing on the baton that is to be taken. So we are creating the legacy. So I'm so excited about the students, and I hope that you're going to stay throughout the day and you're going to be participating in the Q&As, you're going to be participating in the discussions that will take place in here. And we're looking really forward to the deliberations. But without any further ado, let me call upon Mr. Dan Dutoy, the Acting Director General for the Department of Science and Innovation, to do the keynote address for this particular day. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Vice Chancellor, for that introduction, and good morning, everyone. It's very good to see all of you. A hall full with enthusiasm and dynamism. Let me specifically greet our hosts, and by that I mean the collective, because you are all our hosts, the collective, the leadership, the principals, the vice principals, the SRCs, and indeed the student bodies of Tshwane North and Tshwane South colleges. Also a very special word of welcome to the representatives from the diplomatic corps. In other words, those diplomats from other countries who are based here in our capital city, Tshwane. I see several ambassadors, high commissioners, and other diplomats who have joined us this morning, and we are very grateful that they've joined us in this important celebration. So, I want to say, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, dear colleagues, dear fellow Africans, because we're all Africans. Remember, humanity comes from Africa. So no matter where you are Africans. My first task this morning is to bring you the very good wishes from my minister, Dr. Blayton Nzimande, who is South Africa's Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation. So how we're structured in government, ministers have different portfolios, and Minister Nzimande is responsible for two portfolios: higher education and training, which is one department, TVET, you see some of the science here, and then science and innovation, which is where I currently have the privilege to serve as acting Director General. And it's very important for these two departments to report to the same minister, because it's all about knowledge. It's all about how do we as government invest and support South Africans to be educated, to be trained, to have the ability to generate new knowledge, and then all of us working together to apply that knowledge, for our country to progress. So the minister is unfortunately not able to be present here, but he is very much aware of these proceedings, and the objectives we're going to be discussing here are ones he's very much committed to. So you have the greetings and best wishes of Minister Nzimande. So on the program it is said, I'm going to deliver a keynote address. So perhaps you're a bit worried if you see a guy in a suit with tie and he's going to do a keynote address that I'm going to be speaking for hours and hours and hours. And that's certainly not my intention at all. Just to reflect on 3 key reasons what we are celebrating. Now, firstly, as it was said by our program director, also the vice principal very eloquently spoke, today we're celebrating Africa. Very specifically today, because tomorrow, the 25th of May, is recognized across our continent as Africa Day, because it marks the foundation of the body which then used to be called the Organization of African Unity, which today we refer to as the African Union. Because as we know in South Africa, we like to say we're stronger together. Certainly that applies to our continent as well. And as our continent had to respond to the challenges of fighting and then rebuilding after colonialism, as our continent had to unite to also bring freedom to Southern Africa, and our vice principal recalled many of the heroes of that liberation struggle, Julius Nyerere, Samora Machel, Sam Nujoma, and others. It was important for Africa to work together. But today, that urgency remains as pressing, because too many of our citizens in our continent still live in poverty. There's still huge inequality. There's still conflict. And that means a united Africa has to respond to these challenges. But it's not only the challenges, it's also the massive opportunities. It's the opportunity for Africa to be the leading continent of the 21st century. And therefore, we should come together and work together as a continent. And this is what this celebration is all about. And that's why it was very important for us to start the proceedings with the anthem of the African Union, because when we then, and I would like to thank the choir for that beautiful rendition. When we speak about the sons of daughters of Africa, that's us. That is all of us. So thank you very much for joining in this celebration of Africa, but it's not only a celebration, it's a commitment. It's a renewed commitment to work together for the advancement of our continent. So firstly, celebrating Africa. Secondly, celebrating education. This year, every year, the African Union decides on themes which will guide its work. And this year, the theme is education for the 21st century. How do we support sustainable growth in Africa which prospers? And that starts with education. And where better than to celebrate this than in the heartbeat of the education system of South Africa, and certainly the TVET system and colleges such as Tshwane North and Tshwane South have a critical role to play to equip South Africans with the skills they need for the future. When we at the Department of Science and Innovation, when we plan for the role science, technology, and innovation should play in our country, as our program director said, what is critical is this cannot be an elitist approach. It cannot be an approach only for men in white coats which work in laboratories. It cannot be an approach only for us who sit there in government offices. It has to be all of South Africa, and it has to be private sector, public sector, and all components of our education system. And in that, the TVET system has such a critical role to play because it's equipping South Africans with the skills to make a difference in the economy. Whether we're looking at the traditional industries we have, which we have to revitalize, like agriculture, manufacturing, mining, services sector, or indeed the exciting new opportunities which awaits us as we have a digital transformation, as we have a transition to a green economy. It's the skills you're all being equipped with through the TVET system, which will make such a critical difference in our economy. So that's the second part of our celebration, is to celebrate that importance of the TVET system, but also to collectively commit to work smarter and harder together to ensure that its enormous potential is unleashed in our country. But in thirdly, and that for me is the most important celebration. The celebration is a celebration of hope. It's a celebration of the future, and what represents that hope, what represents that future. And I'm specifically looking at those towards more to the back of the room. It's our youth. It's a celebration of the African youth. And in that regard, I think first of all, let me thank the very impressive display I saw from the battalion, the group from Tshwane North College. Your discipline in your drill, the drill skills you demonstrated. I mean, that is the discipline which is required for the youth, and which you are demonstrating as we advancing in the future. And also, again, let me thank the Tshwane South College for those beautiful renditions of our two anthems. I think there's hardly a choir is such a symbolism, a choir which performs as admirably as you did, of how we work together in unity. So my appreciation and congratulations again to you, because that's very symbolic of us, we as a country, as we as a continent should work together in unity. So I would like to associate myself with the program today, the director. There's a exciting and a diverse program today of different speakers who will be sharing with you different sets of information of the science technology system in South Africa, of the higher education system, of international partnership initiatives. I would like to really encourage all of you actively engage with that program. Let us not just be people who speak here, present, because innovation is actually the ultimate collective enterprise. Innovation and knowledge flourishes if we work together, if we co-create. It doesn't matter who you are, where you're from, what your current level of education is, everyone has a role to play. So I really hope that today will be that a dynamic co-creation in which we will celebrate, but it will also inspire us as for the future. As I then conclude, let me leave you with a message. Now, I have had the privilege in my career, and I'm a public servant, and that's a huge privilege to be a public servant in this wonderful country we have, where we serve the people of South Africa. I often have the opportunity to speak, make speeches like I'm doing now. Now, that can sometimes be a bit intimidating for people, especially in the beginning. So let me share with you one of the hints or tips. Something I decided a long time ago to do. I would choose a letter of the alphabet, and then I would choose like 3 words which begins with that letter, which aligns with the theme. And then you speak to the audience about those 3 words, because then it's something they can remember. Because that's always very important in public speaking. You know, someone can speak for a long time and you don't know necessarily what I've said. So for this morning, for you, our hopes for the day, I've chosen the letter D. As we as the youth, and all of us, even me without hair, we are full of youthful energy as we look towards the building the Africa of the future. Let us have the 3 Ds. First of all, let's be as disciplined in what we have to do. All of us in our own areas of our work, you and your studies, emulating the skills we saw from the Twanin of drill group. Secondly, not only let's be disciplined, let's be determined. Let's really be determined to make a difference, to be decisive. And that's what we need. But most of all, the last D, which I would encourage you to do, and no matter how difficult things are, no matter how difficult challenges are, keep on dreaming, because that's the founding fathers and founding mothers of our beautiful continent. They've always dreamt. They've dreamt about a better tomorrow. Let's recall the words of our first democratic president, President Mandela, and he said that education is the most powerful weapon to change this world. And that is what we would like to commit to, and I'm sure you will commit as well, that together we will continue to work and dream of this better South Africa and better Africa we're building together. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dan Dutoy, reminding us that let us not just focus on the challenges, but also on the opportunities that we have as this continent. There are so many opportunities, and we are the ones we have been waiting for to solve those challenges. The challenges in our continent, the solutions of which are not going to come from elsewhere, but they're going to come from us. Indeed, we are the ones that we've been waiting for. So let us be disciplined, let us be decisive, let's continue to dream. But let's continue to dream and wake up from the dream. Let's not dream forever. Let's dream and wake up from the dream. Otherwise, we'll end up getting to the grave still dreaming. Someone once said, there is no rich place than the graveyard, because it's full of many dreams that were never fulfilled. So let us dream and wake up from the dream and live the dreams that we have been dreaming. Without any waste of time, I'm really excited for the students. You can see my heart is with you guys. Eh? I'm so excited that this celebration is centered around yourselves, taking you to the next level. You can see that we trust and believe in you. You can see that we have so much hope in you. So if you can open up my heart, you can see the excitement that I have for you guys. I'm truly, truly excited because as the keynote address speaker was speaking, you know, touching on issues of equality as one of the challenges, poverty, and dare I say, Mr. Dan Dutoy, over and above equality, we need to address the issue of equity. I think as a country and as a continent, we have tried and we have done so well relatively in addressing the issue of equality. But equity, I am not so sure if we are where we're supposed to be at. Just because we have students in here, let me just steal 2 minutes. So you can see that I'm here for you guys. You know, if we're talking about equity, we are talking about equal opportunities for everyone. Let me just give you a very simple example. If, for instance, there are 3 people, maybe a toddler, a teenager, and an adult, who are trying to see over the wall, right? And obviously, if you're a toddler, you're going to be shorter than the teenager. You're going to be short. There's a teenager will be shorter than the adult. That's an assumption. And therefore, we'll give to the toddler maybe 3 crates or 4 crates, depending on the you know, the stature of the toddler, so that the toddler can see on the other side. But to To the teenager, are we going to give the similar number of grades? And to the adult, are we going to give the similar number of grades? So over and above creating equal opportunities for everyone, where we say, yes, everyone is allowed to come in, let us also address the issue of equity. Are they all capable? Are they being capacitated in a manner in which is relevant to themselves, rather? So for a toddler, you give 4 grades because that's what is required. So similarly, when we address the issue of equity, we need to make sure then that everyone is not just having equal opportunities, but is capacitated to partake in the opportunities that are there. Maybe this is a discussion for another day, but I thought, whilst we're talking about equality, let's not leave outside the equity. Because some of our students are coming from the places that require them to be capacitated more, not because they do not have what it takes, but we need to make sure then that as we have opened the doors, the equality, the equal opportunities are given, but then they are capacitated to take maximum opportunity of such opportunities. Let's move along. I hope that was understood, especially by the students. And I hope our fellow government officials have gotten that one. We're going to change the program a bit because we have a pre-recorded message and they're going to require, did you manage? They said I should buy some time. That's why I was giving you everything that I was giving you. Did you manage to finish? Okay. So we're going to do the pre-recorded message at the end of the remarks from our honorable speakers. So just to give them time to sort the issue of the pre-recorded message. So I'm going to call upon, so I'm going to jump the role of education in Africa's development aspirations and year of education by Prof. Mohammed. Then I am going to go straight to the remarks by the High Commissioner and Ambassador, His Excellency Dr. P.V. Lushman, High Commissioner of the Republic of Mauritius in South Africa. May I kindly ask His Excellency to come to the fore? And we have 5 minutes for each speaker. Is a colleague not in the room? Can the organizers help me? If so, then let us move to, maybe still on the way, Mr. David Helu, First Secretary, Political Namibia High Commission in South Africa. Just stepped out. Okay, when he comes, we're gonna call on him. Let's call on Mrs. Edgar de Sos, First Secretary of the Embassy of the Republic of Angola in South Africa. Ladies first, I make my discretion, I'm a woman. Five minutes for each and every speaker. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, everyone. Good morning. Actually, my name says Edna de Souza, and I wanna stay here on behalf of Excelência Rui Orlando Xavier, Ambassador of Angola in South Africa. My heart's gratitude to the Department of Higher Education and Training for the kind invitation. I wish everyone to ponder up the significance of we reflect of the date we celebrate Africa. We want to transform the power of education. I would also like to ask everyone to reflect the theme of adopted by Union African and my fellow brothers and sisters. Let us capitalize on the most valuable resource we have at our disposal, the people, the young people. The young people are our seed, the sun, the spring, the time. Health and the prosperity are the heart we harvest in the fall. The health and the education are the shelter that protect us from the cold winter. Let us use the transformative power of academic as instrument to rise the living start of population and create an inclusive and prosperity environment. Africa should not be perceived as a hindrance, but harder a challenge, particularly in the realm of education and all forms of human expression. Let us endeavor to contribute to Africa in a magnificent and way to inspire hope among its people. Because the Africa we want is not just a place, is not just the land and sea. Africa is the people with heart and mind. Africa is the one that embrace from the Maghreb and the Cape of Good Hope. It's not mine, it's not yours, so ours. Our land, our ground, our home. This image of a restless culture of magic is mystical, scope of tradition. Even if you shut up our voice, we dance. But the flood, the carrot left, crying and winning. The vibrant colors of canvas and narrative of stories, story and pervades our screen, hidden in silence. The eternal song of freedom, it's a dream, it's a rhyme, it's a poetry. My brothers, all the great and the riches in Africa, they followed life, they don't fit in one single heart. It's family in diversity, characterized by joy, of course, of our people. Comes from simplicity, make Africa majestic. Africa, wait for me, wait for you, wait for us. Together, which are in our profession, our function, we will make the dream the great nation. Thank you.
Umandla. Now we do have Mr. Dawit Helu, the First Secretary Political from Namibia High Commission in South Africa. May we kindly request you to come to the fore.
Good morning, my dear African brothers and sisters. My name is David, like in Afrikaans. Hello. I come from Namibia. Just a short history of Namibia. We are neighboring South Africa, our southern border and your northern borders neighboring South Africa. In fact, we got our independence from apartheid South Africa in 1990, 21st March 1990 was our Independence Day. Also, very interesting fact is that my mom comes from the Nama ethnic group, which is quite vibrant in the south, and which was the first ethnic group that was, with whom Jan van Riebeeck came into touch when they arrived in the Cape Province. The Nama language is quite very vibrant still in Namibia, and we speak it. I'm here to represent our High Commissioner, His Excellency Veiko Ndiwete. He could not be here because we have another delegation from Namibia who are in South Africa. So I'm going to read his speech on his behalf. Program Director, Dr. Vatishwa Papu Sanlaga. Okay, thank you. The principal of the college in his absentia, distinguished faculty, students, and guests. Africa is on a political, academic, economic path towards greatness and prosperity that cannot be stopped. Yes, we have multiple hindrances that delays our progress, but we cannot ignore the fact that many developments have taken shape over the last couple of years, so let's say about 10 years. Politically, there has been more cohesion and cooperation all over Africa. In Southern Africa, we have the Southern Africa Development Corporation, which is SADC. In East Africa, we have the East Africa Community, EAC. And in West Africa, we have the Economic Community of West African States, which is ECOWAS. The African Union took it a step further in our cooperation, and the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement was born, established in March 2018. In fact, if we look at the implementation of AfCFTA, South Africa is actually one of the first countries that are doing trade in all over Africa under this free trade agreement. We all know that Africa is rich in natural resources, but Africa is not benefiting from its resources. Why? Because these are exported in its raw form. Now, education is necessary for us to keep and develop our resources in Africa and to benefit from it. If we look at it now, Namibia and South Africa, for example, we hear a lot about green hydrogen. That is the in word now, all over. Since the war between Russia and Ukraine started in 2022. They say that Namibia and South Africa are the only two countries that are very suitable, that have all the elements in order to develop green hydrogen. And I must say we are cooperating in the development of that industry, the two countries, but education is needed. It's a new field, it's a new industry for us, and it's necessary that we have skilled workers. And that's where you come in. Maybe we have to diversify a little bit Science have to look at what is needed in order to equip our young people to take up space in this industry. Now let's look at a bridge. When a bridge is built, we only don't need engineers, but we also need artisans, welders, and so on, builders, construction workers, in order to fulfill that task. So your type of education is also very needed. But there are definitely obstacles on the path towards prosperity for us. Number one, I think very important, is that we must move towards the free movement of people and goods in Africa. Skilled workers, young people who have just completed their education must be able to move between countries or two countries where there are opportunities for them. Let's take the example of Namibia and South Africa. I gave a little bit of a history, but South Africans cannot move freely to Namibia to go and work there. They have to apply for a work permit or a residence permit. The same with Namibians who want to come to to South Africa. So these are areas that we have to work on. We are thankful to African countries like Rwanda. We have done away with visas, where Africans can go to travel to those countries and get the visas on arrival. Now we speak about science, technology, and innovation. But do we reward those who excel in this field adequately for them to stay in Africa? Unfortunately not. A lot of our people are leaving the continent looking for greener pastures. Can we blame them? We cannot. People have to look for the best opportunities they have. So we have to learn to reward our people. We speak about academic excellence, but what about vocational excellence? You know, somehow we have this mentality that we think that only the ones that go to universities are doing good and they are the only ones that must be rewarded. But vocational training is also very important. If we have to build a house, we are not looking for engineers and so on. We are looking for construction workers, we are looking for carpenters, we are looking for welders. So it's a very important component that we are talking about here. So do we reward? Let's look at innovation, for example, because we talk about science, technology, and innovation. But in Africa, do we reward innovation? Let's say we have a child in the township that has done something with his, let's say, the wires and so on. Is someone looking at that child? Is someone saying, I see potential in this child? Let me take this child and work with that person. Not at all. We also have to look at mentorship. We must be there for the young people to tell them what is right and wrong. Experience and let's say wisdom comes with years of maturity, going through different experiences in life. So we must be able to be there for the young ones so that they maybe do not make the same mistakes we made in the past. Now, when you talk about innovation, it took me back to Dr. Chris Barnard. I'm sure a lot of you heard about Dr. Chris Barnard, who was a renowned heart surgeon. But besides him, and at some of his interviews, he mentioned the name Hamilton Naki. Did anyone heard about him? Yeah. So this gentleman was uneducated. He was appointed at Groote Hospital as a gardener first. And with time, he became part of the animal laboratory where they were developing their skills, looking at different techniques and so on. And he became so skilled with regard to surgeries that at the end of the day, he was training a lot of the medical doctors or the surgeons or people that will become great surgeons like Dr. Chris Barnett. And he was working closely with Dr. Chris Barnett. So Dr. Chris Barnett was mentioning about some of the techniques of Naki he was using in his surgeries. Was he rewarded for that? Of course not. It's only later, I think after he passed away, that the University of Cape Town gave him an honorary master's degree. So innovation is not only through educated people. Innovation comes from ordinary people also. So in Africa, we must be able to look at that and also reward those who show us great inventions. So yes, there are obstacles that need to be worked on as we are moving forward towards realizing the ideals of the founding presidents of the AOU that became the AU. But if we stand together, if we work together, we will realize the ideals and our dreams. I thank you for listening.
Another very profound speech again, touching on a very important topic, which we should be concerned about, not just be concerned, but work on it. The collaboration on important research and innovation topics such as renewable energies between us as Africans, not just Namibia and South Africa, but also other African countries. But highlighting the importance of these two countries in driving that particular research and innovation. What really intrigued me is the point about innovation that is detected and harnessed from the communities. That's in actual sense what the colleague was talking about. To say over and above identifying these innovations which are needed, but how much do we do in terms of going out there and scout for innovation that is coming from our townships and from our villages? I'm from a village, so I can't leave the village out. So how much do we do to ensure then that they are identified and they are nurtured, they are harnessed as well? And I think we do have a role to play. At least I will speak about the universities. In university, in any university, there are 3 pillars, which is teaching and learning. The second one is research and innovation, but there's this third one of community engagement. And this is where we have an opportunity to work with the innovators that are ordinary in the townships and also in the rural villages. Because as I said earlier on, academic institutions are not just monuments of elite. They are not ivory towers, but they exist to solve societal challenges. Working together with our communities, working together with our government, working together with our industry. That's quadruple helix that we are talking about. Without any waste of time, now when you touch on innovation, you are touching me because this is my space. Let's call upon the last speaker for this particular session, Mr. Rulofs Makoka, the first councillor, Kenya, Kenya High Commission in South Africa.
Good morning, Africans. The hosts, on behalf of High Commissioner Jane Wairimu Ndurumo and our President, Honorable Dr. William Ruto, allow me to extend sincere appreciation to the Department of Higher Education and Training for having invited us to say a few words on this occasion of Africa Day celebrations, which are being celebrated today. My name, I forgot to inform you, are Rudolph Smuse Makoha. Although in South Africa, people cannot pronounce Makoha, they say Makoka. And I'm happy with it anyway. We are all Africans. So they call me Makoka. So the republics of Kenya and South Africa have strong bilateral relations in terms of education, science, technology, and innovation. We have jointly implemented several successful scientific and technological projects that have developed the sector in Africa. I'm proud to be an African today. I'm proud to be with Africa today, spiritually, in terms of my very being, my very circumstance, my very mindset. I will never be out of Africa, for I am a product of the soil and the blood and the sweat and the tears of Africa, our common mother continent. Ladies and gentlemen, this month, Africans on the continent and indeed the diaspora are joined together in celebrating Africa Day, the most auspicious occasion and event on the continental calendar. On behalf of the Kenyan state, I take this opportunity to send the best wishes to all Africans wherever they are. We join Africans in working together in the African continent. The Africa Union Education, Science, Technology and Innovation Department celebrated International Day of Education under the theme Learning for Lasting Peace. This significant day highlighted the crucial role education plays in fostering sustainable development, promoting peace, and empowering individuals to build a better future. You will notice that the African Union theme for 2024 resonates with this ambition, seeking to build resilient education systems like where we are, for increased access to inclusivity, lifelong, quality and relevant learning education in Africa. Therefore, by investing in education for lasting peace, we invest in the future of Africa, a future where every child in Africa can learn, grow, and thrive in a world free from the shadow of conflict. We also need to understand that the African diaspora has a role to play in this process. It must be the image and the beat of Africa wherever it is. I want to use an example of Kenya and South Africa. We have a visa-free regime that was accepted between the Kenya and South Africa. And what has happened is that there is an increase in the number of tourists who are coming from Kenya to South Africa. And from your records in your tourism department, we are among the top people who are coming to South Africa for tourism. That means if we didn't open that window, then South Africa would not be gaining in terms of the tourist arrivals that arrive here. And we believe even South Africans would do the same as they go to Kenya. That's how important it is for us to highlight these things and the benefits that we are beginning to witness as Africans. My brother from Namibia talked about the free trade that is now being experienced in Africa. And we would want to continue fostering that because many African countries do trade with the outside continent more than Africa. And we need to put our resources together. They remain in this continent for the development of this continent. We also have, I mentioned the diaspora to be part of an important network of advocates and ambassadors of Africa. And they must turn the opportunities that they get for the advantage of the African continent. Kenya, just like other developing countries, we have embraced TVET as a key driver to human resource development to facilitate ambitious economic plan for Africa and for Kenya and the other countries in Africa. We have initiated various programs like curriculum reforms that are in line with the modern technology to enable our human resource personnel to develop the current skills that are required in the sector. And this will enable Africa to have qualified trainers. It will enhance our infrastructural development, and it will provision adequate teaching and learning resources, among other measures. We have realized that from the forefathers that began the African Union, we are not doing well economically as a continent. And that is why we have to come together and rethink our strategy. And the learners today from Shwane, from this institution that we are in, you need to take these issues that we are mentioning, you need to improve on them for the betterment of this continent. And this will help the African continent to compete effectively at the world stage. With those few remarks, I still thank the organizers of this event and thank the African people for being resilient in our culture and in our other engagements. Thank you so much.
We are going to go back, ladies and gentlemen, to the remarks by Prof. Mohammed, which is pre-recorded. A word of gratitude to Mr. Makocha. Did I say it right now? Emphasizing the importance of free trade within our continent. Again, the role that is to be played by TVET college graduates, emphasizing the importance as well of the qualifications that they receive from here. So as the previous speaker has also alluded to. But without any waste of time, if you are done, can we have the recording, the pre-recording? And after that, I am not going to come to the fore. Choir, please come to the fore and take us out for break. Is that okay?
Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues and friends, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. I'm honored to join you virtually as we celebrate this very important occasion of the Africa Day. This day not only commemorates Africa's achievements and potential, but also reflects on the critical role of education in our continent's development aspirations. The African Union has recognized the pivotal role of education, science, technology, and innovation in driving sustainable development and economic growth across the continent. This is reflected in the AU's Agenda 2063 to transform Africa, and it demonstrates the commitment to accelerate Africa's progress. Considering the AU's 2024 theme, I quote, "Educate an African fit for the 21st century, building resilient education systems for increased access to inclusive, lifelong, quality and relevant learning in Africa," unquote. This day underscores the crucial role education plays in shaping the future of Africa. The Year of Education serves as a platform to raise awareness about the importance of education. It aims to mobilize resources, advocate for policies that support education, and celebrate achievements in the education sector. By focusing on improving access to education, enhancing the quality of learning outcomes, and promoting lifelong learning opportunities, the Year of Education can pave the way for a more prosperous and sustainable future for Africa. As the African Union Commissioner for Education, Science, Technology and Innovation, I am acutely aware of the challenges we face in providing quality education. However, I'm also optimistic about the opportunities that lie ahead, particularly in the context of the fourth industrial revolution, characterized by rapid technological advancements that are transforming the way we live, work, and learn. To succeed in this landscape, our commitments should be in threefold. First, our young people need to acquire new skills and competencies that are relevant to demands of the job market. This is where pedagogical approaches come in. We need to adopt innovative teaching methods. One way to achieve this is through technical and vocational education and training, and forging partnerships between TVET colleges and industry. Secondly, we must work together to ensure that our curricula reflect real-world industry needs and trends in education, science, technology, and innovation. This will not only equip our students with the skills they need, but also help to bridge the gap between education and employment. Our continent is full of young, talented entrepreneurs who are brimming with innovative ideas. However, many of them lack the necessary skills and catalytic resources to turn their ideas into viable businesses. And third, we must promote STEM, which is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, education, as it is crucial to equip African youth with the expertise needed to drive technological advancements and innovation. All this also resonates with the aspirations of the African Union Continental Education Strategy for Africa, which is CESA 1625, and the Technical and Vocational Education and Training Strategy. Today is an opportunity for us to explore how we can leverage the expertise and experiences to address the challenges facing education in Africa. I'm confident that by working together, we can harness the power of education to drive socio-economic development and promote sustainable growth across Africa. Long live Africa, or long live Africa, and I thank you for your attention. Driving sustainable.
Morning. Can we resume with our program for today? Can we start, please? Whilst the colleagues are coming in, I'm going to call on stage the following colleagues. Mr. Vele, who's the Acting Chief Director, Programs and Qualifications, TVET Branch, Department of Higher Education and Training. I'm also going to call on Unami Dube, the Head of Skills and Employment for Youth. I'm also going to call on Mr. Poncho Museu, Deputy Principal Registrar, Tshwane South College. Please, can we be seated in? And the chairs are in here for the colleagues that I've called to the fore. Unfortunately, we do not have today Mabu Rapote, the Research and Skills Planning Manager, Education, Training and Development Practices Sector, Education and Training Authority, ETDP-SETA. And then we also have a pre-recorded message, which will be played after the three speakers that I've called to the fore. So please do come. The two speakers on the chair, and then Mr. Vele to come to the podium as we are getting seated down. Yes, I called you in here. We agreed with the organizers that we're going to take, yes. Are we all back? Our students here? Can we hear our students? As we're about to start with this particular session, colleagues, allow me to do some more acknowledgements in the room. Allow me to acknowledge the Ambassador of the Republic of Chad to South Africa, His Excellency, Mr. Sagau. Can you be quiet? Can we repeat that? Can we acknowledge in our midst the Ambassador of Chad to South Africa, His Excellency, Mr. Sagau. And can we also acknowledge, I'm going to have to make some few acknowledgements from the Turkish Embassy to South Africa, Mr. Nadim Kai, who is the Education Counselor at the Turkish Embassy in Pretoria. Can we also acknowledge, okay, of course, can we also acknowledge the first counselor at the embassy of the IR of Iran in Pretoria, Mr. Ali Rastgo. Can we also acknowledge in our midst the Education and Science Counselor for the Kingdom of Netherlands, Mr. Beto Masibulele Bosksha. Okay, I think I have managed to catch up with our acknowledgements for the day. We're still going to continue to acknowledge some more people as they come in, colleagues. We have a number of visitors, and in my language, we say indwendwe ziyabukwa. So we are so elated to have visitors in our midst. They further say, the home that doesn't get to be visited is the home that is Qedela. On that note, colleagues, Mr. Vele, please come to the fore.
Thank you, Program Director, Dr. Papu Zamchaka. Ladies and gentlemen, am I shorter than a? Yeah, it should be fine. Thank you. Let me greet all of you. And to shorten the time, let me just say all protocols observed. But before I start with setting the scene for the discussions that are going to ensue, let me introduce myself properly. My name is TVET, Vere, and the attire that I'm wearing is not a political statement. It's election season in South Africa. So some people might associate this attire with some organization or party in the KZN area. It is not. I am not a supporter. This is the traditional clothing. It's one of the variants of the traditional clothing of the Venda people. The Venda people are found in the northern part of South Africa. It's a nation that is made up of a group of clans. Just like, you know, the Zulu nation, there is also a Venda nation. They also have their own kingdom. And it's made up of various clans. And I am from the Batwanamba clan. And our totem is the elephant. So since we have gotten that out of the way, the AU has underscored the, can we be quiet, please, students? I take it that could only be students. The AU has underscored the pivotal role of education, science, and innovation in driving sustainable development and fostering economic growth across the continent. As part of this agenda, to transform Africa into a knowledge-based society, the African Union has prioritized initiatives aimed at enhancing educational systems, promoting scientific research, and fostering innovation. With the declaration of the African Union theme for 2024 as Educate an African Fit for the 21st Century, building resilient education systems for increased access to inclusive, lifelong, quality, and relevant learning in Africa. This is indicative of AU member states' commitment in advancing education, science, and innovation to accelerate Africa's socio-economic development. Aspiration 1 of the AU Agenda 2063 on a prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development outlines that in order to develop an agile African human capital, it is imperative to have an education and skills revolution with particular emphasis on science and technology. Over the past 2 decades, Africa has seen significant improvements in primary school enrollment rates, largely due to policies aimed at universal primary education. However, Secondary and tertiary education enrollment rates remain low compared to global average. According to the UNESCO, secondary school enrollment in sub-Saharan Africa was about 43% in 2018, while tertiary enrollment was just around 9%. Despite improvements in access, the quality of education remains a major concern. Many schools suffer from overcrowded classrooms, inadequate infrastructure, and shortage of trained teachers. Learning outcomes are often poor, with many students not achieving minimum proficiency levels in reading and mathematics. Curricula in many of our countries are often outdated and not aligned with the skills needed in the modern workforce. There is a significant gap between what is taught in schools and the competencies required by employers. This gap is particularly pronounced in technical and vocational education and training, where practical, job-ready skills are essential. There are, however, huge strides made by some TVET institutions through various collaborations that have resulted in world-class innovations. Some of our countries also compete effectively in world skills competitions. So it's not all gloom. There are also some rays of light in the developments within that space. By focusing on the transformative potential of TVET, this Africa Day celebration aims to inspire action and collaboration towards building a skilled and empowered African workforce, ready to meet the challenges and opportunities of the 21st century. Today's engagements will focus on the following topics: harnessing the power of skills to drive African economies. Harnessing the power of skills to drive our economies is crucial for the continent's sustainable development and competitiveness in the global market. By focusing on skills development, our countries can capitalize on their demographic dividend, foster innovation, and create resilient economies. This involves a multifaceted approach that includes improving education and training, promote lifelong learning, fostering entrepreneurship, leveraging digital technologies, aligning skills with market needs, and providing policy and institutional support. The second topic is the role of industry in equipping TVET students for the work environment, contributing to Africa's developmental aspirations and the year of education. Now, the active involvement of industries in equipping TVET students is crucial for meeting the developmental aspirations. By fostering strong partnerships between TVET institutions and the private and public sectors, we can build a skilled workforce that drives economic growth, social development, technological advancement, and sustainability. The third topic looks at skills and competencies for a changing world in the TVET sector. In the context of rapid technological advancement and an evolving industry demands, the TVET sector must adapt to equip students with the skills and competencies necessary to thrive in a changing world. This includes digital literacy, technical skills, critical thinking, soft skills, entrepreneurial abilities, adaptability, cultural awareness, and health and safety knowledge. Through industry partnerships, modernized curricula, technology integration, professional development, lifelong learning opportunities, and inclusive education, TVET institution can develop a skilled workforce ready to meet the demands of the future economy. The fourth topic, the role of the educator in upskilling in the digital economy in TVET colleges and sharing of educational resources through digital platforms. Now, the role of educators in upskilling in the digital economy within TVET colleges is pivotal. They are at the forefront of equipping students with the necessary skills to thrive in a rapidly evolving digital landscape. Additionally, the sharing of educational resources through digital platforms can enhance the learning experience, making education more accessible and effective. Education in TVET colleges play a critical role in preparing students for the digital economy by updating curricula, engaging in continuous professional development, facilitating hands-on learning, and providing mentorship. The effective sharing of educational resources through digital platforms enhances this process, making quality education more accessible and fostering a collaborative learning environment. By leveraging these strategies, educators can significantly contribute to the development of a skilled workforce capable of thriving in the digital age. Now, a huge appreciation to all the speakers and panelists on the various topics. Let's engage honestly, robustly, and purposefully. Thank you. Asante sana. Riaribu.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vele, for setting the scene. Ladies and gentlemen, we have collapsed the first two panels. Hence, we'll be dealing with both the topic of harnessing the power of skills to drive African economies, which will be unpacked by Ms. Unami Dube, who is a head of skills and employment for youth. And following her, we'll be having Mr. Poncho Musu, who's a deputy principal registrar at Tshwane South College, who will be really taking us through the topic of understanding the role of industry in equipping TVET students for the work environment, contributing to Africa's development aspirations and the year of education. So without any further ado, let me call upon Ms. Unami Dube, the head of skills and employment for the youth.
Madam Program Director, and our host in absentia, Advocate Chelwane, the principal of Tshwane College. Let me say, distinguished excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and the learners, all protocols observed. It is indeed a great pleasure for me to be here with you today. I won't give away my age, but I feel as youthful as the faces that are looking towards us. And I look out and I see aspiration, I see hope. And I say, don't lose that. The future is yours. The future is here. Don't wait for tomorrow. The future is here. And I'm really speaking to the learners. And I want to share with you, before I come into my intervention, a small story. Some of you may be aware of Agenda 2063, which the heads of state put into place in 2002 at the turn of the end of the 50 years after the Organization of African Unity, and we became the African Union. And they said, well, we've been fighting liberation wars and we're now all independent. And I think at that time it was just South Sudan remaining. And then they said, no, we now need a vision for the development of Africa. We need a vision to build our economies, to build up our human capital. So we went to a workshop. Myself and a colleague of mine were the youngest in the room. That did not feel right. Here we were crafting a vision for 2063. Davina was 35. At the time, I was 42. By 2063, I will be 93. God willing. So I would like to come back here, 93, in 2063, when I'm 93, and again, God willing, I'm walking and I'm not on a wheelchair and all. And I'd like to sit in a corner here and see you being the ones here in the front with a good story to tell. So on that note, I really encourage you to take heart to what is being shared with you. We are dishing out for you wisdom for you to aspire. My name is Unami Dube. I'm a senior program officer within the African Union Development Agency, and I've been working in the skills sector for the last 5 years. Since we are celebrating Africa Day, and I heard my colleagues say that his totem ngogogo kithi. Mina ngingumampofu, and my father's totem was umfanekau, that is the shield bearer. So whilst we were running away from Uchaga, Zulu, we were also accompanying Ulo Bengula Nabomzilikazi across the border. And my father's grandfather was a shield bearer. And then my husband's side, Kodube, Baziti, Ngesdemo Zabo, Beza Beka Unguluguda, Bekatiko Ihach Emhlope, Lisiti Kitty. So I just want to honor and respect that I am also African. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to belabor our program. I know our time is not on our side, but it is indeed a pleasure on behalf of my CEO, Mrs. Nados Bekele Thomas, who is unable to join us today due to equally pressing commitments, that I am happy to join you on this occasion with sincere appreciation to the Department of Higher Education and Training for the invitation. Harnessing the power of skills to drive African economies. This topic ideally would be building on the interventions which were to be made by His Excellency Professor Mohamed Belhosseini from the African Union Commission. And therefore I will be focusing on implementation. What does this really mean to bring to fruition? Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are faced with the reality that Africa, as the youngest continent, stands to gain from a demographic dividend to grow its economies. By 2060, Africa will have the youngest population and highest share of working age population. Your children will be in this number. The African Union's second 10-year implementation plan of the Agenda 2063, which has now been established to mark 2024 to 2033, sets out a vision for economic growth and prosperity on the back of African countries accelerating their industrialization efforts and strengthening regional integration through expanded trade and markets as the AfCFTA enables the flow of goods, services, and people. As another colleague of mine says, it's time to accelerate poverty reduction. It's time to accelerate wealth creation. It's time to accelerate our development. Therefore, equally, the Agenda 2063 calls for a skills revolution with emphasis on employment-oriented technical and vocational education and training as the bedrock. And of course, we must put a spotlight increasingly with entrepreneurship and innovation capacities being part of that TVET curriculum. And we have to underscore that skills are an enabler and success factor to harness Africa's human capital if we are indeed to transform our economies and achieve these goals. Building up our economies will require new factories, new infrastructure, roads, port facilities, power supply installations, including renewable energies. We heard today of the green hydrogen, water installations, not to mention basic public services such as hospitals and schools, as well as digital infrastructure and related technologies. Who's going to do this? Thank you. Correct answer. You get a gold star. These all need skilled, innovative workers. I underscore innovation. We're no longer asking you just to come and fix the tap. We want you to come with creative energy to be problem solvers. Don't just come and wake up and say, oh, this is all I've been asked to do. If it's bent, fix it. Find a way to make it stick. So we're asking you to go the extra mile and really employ innovation and creativity. My father taught me that leadership is not about waiting to be called a leader, but leadership is taking responsibility when I see there's a need for something to be done. And that's what we're asking you to do. But we also notice that developed countries, particularly in the global north, invest far more in skilling in TVET systems, in skilling their young people to gain artisanal and professional skills, more than they do in academic qualifications, with all due respect to the academia, as a pathway for economic empowerment of their citizens. We must come to the realization and put TVET at the center of the pathway to economic transformation of our societies. Harnessing the power of skills means recognizing that skills are the essential enabler for economic development. And therefore, we are calling for multi-sectoral, interdisciplinary approaches where member states are able to unpack. We put in place these national development plans, and we say we're going to grow mining, we're going to grow construction, we're going to grow hospitality. Dololo, where are those skills? Excuse me for using such a word. I've been listening to too much Guaido. So we're really calling for multi-sectoral, interdisciplinary approaches for member states to tackle this challenge interconnectedly. And therefore, we posit the need for technical advisory, technical implementation support tools if we are to do implementation. That is translating our policies into practical, realistic goals on the ground. We need these tools to unpack so that we can translate the ambitions for growth and development as we have espoused them in our national development plans, and obviously to other implementation strategies. And here too, as you will see within the concept note of the Year of Education, it is all about bringing education management systems closer to labor market information systems, as well as helping to create pathways for improved economic prospects for children going through our education and skilling. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, beyond the aspirational vision set before us, we require an all hands on deck approach that allows for collective ownership and leadership by all stakeholders in order to embrace transformative approaches as a way of life towards more agile and responsive TVET skills system. We are therefore pleased as the AUDA NEPAD on the margins of the recently held 37th Assembly of the African Union Heads of State to have launched World Skills Africa. I heard the mention of South Africa participating, and we're hoping to bring back a medal from Lyon in September. And we will be hosting our own World Skills Africa in Livingstone, Zambia in 2025. But we have seen it fit to launch World Skills Africa as a platform for African countries to raise the profile of TVET and showcase skills excellence through skills competitions. We therefore call on African countries to join and become part of a movement to drive the systems change, which we alluded to earlier. Last but not least, as part of these implementation support tools, the AUDA NEPAD has initiated a process to develop an African occupational standards development framework, which will enable demand-led skills development approaches in TVET. To succeed, this scope of work will need to be driven through a strong public-private sector collaboration to bring education management systems closer to labor market needs. On this, I wish to say thank you once again for allowing me to be here and wish you all fruitful endeavor and happy Africa Day. Thank you.
Wow, that was so eye-opening. Indeed, Africa has what it takes, and we just need to mobilize ourselves and collaborate more. You know, as I was listening to Ms. Dube speaking, I was just reminded of earlier this year, where I was part of the delegation from the South African universities. I think we're about 6 from different universities in South Africa, going to the UK together with other African countries as well. So for a knowledge exchange program on research and innovation. And I was asked to make a presentation on behalf of Sub-Saharan Africa in terms of the endeavors that we've already embarked on in the space of research and innovation. The English were blown away by the type of innovation we're already having in the country. They were quite surprised that we are so advanced in artificial intelligence, and we are. In artificial intelligence, among other things, the hydrogen energy research and innovation that we're driving very strongly in this country, as it was alluded to also earlier on by my colleague from Namibia, that we need to strengthen ties more, though, as African countries in the pursuit of driving this innovation. So as my colleague was speaking, I was just reminded of the fact that we have a lot to offer, but maybe we need to mobilize ourselves better so that we can speak with a very thicker voice, if there's that kind of expression in English. Our voice should not be lighter. Our voice should be stronger as an African continent in putting our foot forward. Of course, with what we do have the expertise in this country. We may not be having the same amount of financial muscle that the European countries are having, but when it comes to expertise, we do have. So I am looking forward to much more of the deliberations in terms of the skills that are required to drive the African economies and the questions that will also be coming from the fore. We now going to call upon Mr. Poncho Museu, who's going to tackle or help us understand what is the role of industry in equipping the TVET students. We are talking, Mr. Museu, nowadays about the future of work, and the future of work, which is having the 4th industrial revolution as a driver. And so how do we then bring in industry to ensure then that when we produce the graduates, they are indeed future ready and they are really responding to the times that we're in. We're no longer talking about the future that is coming. We're talking about the future that is now, whereby the 4R technologies are to be utilized to harness, are to be utilized to make us better in driving research and innovation, in driving the upliftment of our country and of our continent. So we're looking forward to hear from you. What do you see as a role of industry? And I hope colleagues, the organizers have invited the industry partners or the industry representatives, the industry captains to be in this room, because there's no point of talking to ourselves here. We need to be talking to people that are in here so that they can take these discussions back to their workplace and see how to move forward. The time is gone, colleagues, of just standing in these podiums and we speak and nothing transpires after that. So we need to take, and I'm speaking to the organizers now, we really need to take key take-home messages from here. And those key take-home messages, they need to be translated into reality so that when there is another celebration, the Africa Day celebration next year, we can say from the one of 2024, this is what transpired and this is what we have done to address the things that have transpired in here. Otherwise, we'll be wasting all our time and the time of the students who are supposed to be in class.
Thank you very much, Honorable Program Director. It really gives me a singular honor and privilege to be given this opportunity to address this particular complex and critical aspect in our sector. I think it's quite exciting to address young people because the former president of the African National Congress, Oliver Tambo, makes a case that a country, a nation that does not value its youth doesn't deserve the future. So this presupposes or seeks to suggest that the young people of this particular country are the future. And we cannot be able to do anything without young people. We are the future. We are the future. No one can stop us. We are the future. No one can stop us. Thank you very much. Program Director, the then Minister of Education, Professor Kada Asmal, once said, our institutions are fragmented in a fragmented state. And what he meant at that particular point was referring to the TVET sector in particular. Safe to say, we don't have proper research units which are able to clearly make research and be able to inform as to what must become our approach and attitude in responding to the pragmatic challenges that are facing us as a sector. And this particular aspect that we are addressing this particular day of what must become the role of the industry in equipping the TVET sector, I think is important because in our own view, we've always made the case that there must be able to be a horizontal integration from the industry and vertical cooperation from the sector. Mr. Vela, I've been one of the people that really have been advancing that we need to be able to have a conclusive summit where we are able to really interrogate the curriculum of the sector. And at the center of these particular deliberations, we are of the view that the industry must be able to take a center stage because our education system must be dictated by the material conditions as they are unfolding on the ground. And the people that happen to be on the ground to really understand as to what is the demand is the industry. So the industry must be at the center of articulating our curriculum because our curriculum must be able to be responsive to the challenges that is emerging from the industry. So that is where they need to be able to be a nexus between the industry and also the sector, and how do we begin to coexist and operate in the quest to ensure that, and to a great extent, I always like to speak about the decolonization of education. Because once you are able to have that particular concept and master it quite very well, to a great extent, you will be able to respond to the enduring question of the decolonization of education. I know it's one question that we don't have a proper a blueprint in terms of articulating what must become the decolonization of education. Hence, everyone is able to do things in their own way and so on. But I think if we are able to respond to that to a great extent, we can be able to to really get it right. The chairperson speaks quite very well of research and also fourth industrial revolution and all that. And I like it quite very well because actually the internet should not be able to be a privilege to our students. It must be able to be a basic need, that you are able to provide to all the students. Because if you check all the leading countries, it is through their investment in education and particularly in terms of the maturity of internet ecosystem. I mean, the World Bank is making a point that the maturity of internet ecosystem can actually improve the GDP up to 3%. So it is through, there is a rich literature that really speaks to maturity of internet system and also how you are able to invest in the education and so on. So I think if we are able to invest in that to a great extent, we'll be able to get this particular issue right in terms of responding to these pragmatic challenges that we have raised. So, Chairperson, what we need to emphasize in the sector is that partnership with the industry is quite important, and that will be able to ensure that the industry and institutions must be able to operate in unison to ensure that really we are able to address this particular key aspect. Ladies and gentlemen, you've been a wonderful audience, Chairperson. Those are my fragmented input there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Deputy Principal. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna have the pre-recorded message. Whilst they are preparing for that, I've got two things to do. Mr. Vela, you have set the scene in all respects. You've also set the scene in terms of our introductions as Africans. For those who do not know, I am the princess of the Xhosa Kingdom. Yes. Singumamchawe, umntwanekazi, umdange. Yes, this is a granddaughter of Phalo. And ndingumtshana ke wasematolweni uZulu omchenke ongwenyankomo. This is isizukulwana soletho libelo tyebelenhle ogqibeni khongeshe. This is isizukulwana sesizukulwana samazangwa okhwalo osobese. That is me. Umntwanekazi. Ntombi yasebukhosini. Yes, umamchawe nozwane. The last thing that I want to do, or we have it, quick one. I did send some intelligence. So students, there were 3 Ds that were mentioned by our keynote speaker. And now, yes, anyone who answers those 3 Ds first. So you really need to act fast. I've just sent some intelligence to understand what is it. Wait, don't talk. You're gonna miss out. I've just sent my intelligence to check how much are the tuition fees, you know, those fees that you pay at the beginning of the year. So I was told that no, you don't necessarily have them. It's paid by NSFAS, but if NSFAS delays, then the TVET college requests 1,000 rand from you. And then when NSFAS pays back, then that money gets to be sent back to you. So essentially that 1,000 rand is going to be yours at the end of the day. Yeah, so you're gonna get that 1,000 rand, which I will pay directly to the school's account. If you answer that, If you answer the 3 Ds, I thought you had disciplined. Oh. Students, I want someone who's gonna stand up fast and say the 3 Ds, and I pay the 1,000. Thank you, my son. Then I pay the 1,000 rand to the banking details of Tshwane South College. Then when NSFAS pays, you get back the 1,000 rand. Okay, the 3 Ds. You don't want to hear him. The 3 Ds. Did they hear dedication? Okay. All right. What's your name? Majambeliko. Okay. All right. I will talk to the deputy principal. Allah. All right, colleagues. Let's move on. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a pre-recorded message so that we can go to our panel discussion. So can we listen?
Honorable guests, distinguished participants, and esteemed colleagues, it is an honor to address you today on the critical role of the TVET college sector in Africa's developmental aspirations and the year of education. As we gather here to commemorate Africa Day, it is imperative to reflect on the significance of education, science, and innovation in shaping the continent's future. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Departments of Higher Education and Training, Science and Innovation for organizing this insightful event and for inviting me to speak on this forum. Education is the cornerstone of human development, providing individuals with the knowledge, skills, and opportunities to thrive in a rapidly changing world. In Africa, the TVET sector plays a pivotal role in equipping learners with practical skills and competencies that are essential for economic growth and sustainable development. By integrating science and innovation into TVET curricula, we can nurture a new generation of innovators, entrepreneurs, and problem solvers who are poised to tackle the challenge of the 21st century. Let's delve deeper into this concept. Think about the multitude of contacts stored in your phone, the electrician who fixes faulty wiring, the carpenter who crafts bespoke furniture, the mechanic who keeps your vehicle running smoothly, the tailor who creates custom garments, the mason who builds sturdy structures, the hairdresser who styles your hair flawlessly, and the plumber who ensures your plumbing works efficiently. What do these diverse professionals have in common? They are all skilled graduates of TVET programs. These individuals not only excel in their respective fields, but also serve as indispensable problem solvers in our daily lives, often listed on speed dial for their expertise. The essence lies in the ability to excel in any chosen sector. Economic rewards frequently follow those who contribute meaningfully to society, and TVET courses are instrumental in nurturing the innovative minds necessary to confront challenges head-on. TVET colleges and institutions as catalysts for change. The TVET colleges serve as engines of socio-economic transformation, empowering youth and adults with relevant skills that are aligned with market demands. These institutions offer hands-on training in various technical and vocational fields, including science-related studies, thereby bridging the gap between theory and practice. By fostering collaboration with industry partners and leveraging state-of-the-art technologies, TVET colleges enhance the employability of their graduates and drive innovation in key sectors of the economy. It is imperative that we re-evaluate our understanding of academic excellence and success and recognize the indispensable role of TVET in driving economic prosperity. As previously emphasized, true economic growth stems from addressing the pressing needs of society, and the hands-on, problem-solving nature of TVET courses equips learners with the practical skills to affect substantial change. As a continent, we cannot afford to overlook the significance of this vital sector. A compelling example of the value placed on TVET education can be observed in Kenya. Many esteemed companies such as Toyota and Kenyan have recognized the pivotal role that TVET plays in their operations. Consequently, they have established dedicated institutions like the Toyota Academy and the Geothermal Training Center. These institutions offer vocational training in automotive development and engineering and geothermal development and energy studies, not only benefiting Kenya, but also countries across Africa. Such initiatives underscore the profound impact of TVET education on both individual careers and broader economic development. Despite facing numerous challenges in the continent, TVET has garnered global recognition as a potent tool for combating youth unemployment. Nations like Germany, Switzerland, Austria, and the Netherlands have served as shining examples of the transformative power of vocational education. In these countries, TVET is not merely a choice, but a national priority. The resounding success of their TVET systems is evidenced by the consistently low youth unemployment rates, showcasing the efficacy of investing in practical skills-based education. In essence, it is imperative that we elevate the status of TVET education and accord it the recognition it deserves. By prioritizing and investing in TVET, we can empower our youth, catalyzing economic growth, and pave the way for a prosperous future for Africa and beyond. Promoting inclusivity and lifelong learning. In line with the African Union's theme for this year, TVET colleges play a crucial role in promoting inclusive, lifelong, and quality education for all. These institutions provide pathways for learners from diverse backgrounds to access education and training opportunities that are tailored to their needs and aspirations. By embracing digitalization and embracing innovative pedagogical approaches, TVET colleges can create inclusive learning environments that empower individuals to succeed in the fourth industrial revolution. In 2013, UNESCO offered a poignant reminder that TVET transcends mere workforce preparation. It is, in a sense, preparation for life itself. This profound insight underscores the critical importance of ensuring universal accessibility to TVET programs. Within this framework, it becomes imperative to align our efforts with the objectives outlined in the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, especially SDG 4, which emphasize the need for inclusive and equitable quality education and lifelong learning for all. While SDG 8.5 focuses on the decent work opportunities for individuals, including those with disabilities, alongside equal pay for equal value of work. These objectives resonate deeply with the principles enshrined in the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, 206, particularly in Articles 24 and 27, pertaining to education and employment, respectively. Therefore, we commend the African Union Commission for designating 2024 as the Year of Education with the theme, Education and Skill Africa for the 21st Century. Moreover, there is a growing recognition of TVET as a lifelong learning endeavor intended to foster competencies for both professional endeavors and personal growth. by ensuring that individuals of all ages and backgrounds have equal access to learning opportunities. We do not only foster social inclusion, but also empower individuals to adapt and thrive in an ever-changing society. Building resilient education systems. As we navigate the complexities of the 21st century, it is essential to build resilient education systems that can adapt to changing socio-economic realities. TVET colleges are uniquely positioned to lead this transformation by embracing a culture of lifelong learning, fostering entrepreneurship, and promoting continuous innovation. By investing in teacher training, curriculum development, and infrastructure upgrades, governments can strengthen the capacity of TVET colleges to meet the evolving needs of learners and employers alike. In conclusion, the role of TVET colleges in Africa's developmental aspirations cannot be overstated. These institutions are at the forefront of efforts to build resilient education systems, promote science and innovation, and empower individuals to realize their full potential. As we celebrate Africa Day today, we reflect on the progress we have made, but let us also reaffirm our commitment to investing in education, science, and innovation as catalysts for sustainable development and inclusive growth. I thank you for your attention.
Okay, we're going to manage the way forward as follows. We still have our panelists. Can we have Mr. Vele coming back? I don't know why we let you go. Can you please join the panel? If this can go up, whilst this is going up, we are having on the program the interactive Q&A, but because of time, we're gonna make it snappy. So I'm going to ask only 2 questions out of the list of questions that I had, and then I'm going to allow 1 question from the students and 1 question from my fellow colleagues. And then we move to the next session. And the first question that I have for our panelists is regarding the competencies in TVET programs that need to be prioritized. So what particular skills and competencies that need to be prioritized in TVET so that we can meet the demands of industry? And also addressing some of the key and emerging skills required for the future job markets, the future of work that I spoke to earlier on. And then the second one is about policy. We can talk and talk and talk, but if our policies in the country are not supporting that which we want to drive, we cannot move. We are having our hands bound. So what policy intervention should African government as a continent deploy in encouraging and promoting the TVET industry collaboration? So if I can have those 2 questions being addressed, and I'm not going to pick up anyone. Anyone can go. Any questions from the students? Can I send someone with a mic? Want to hear your voices. We're here for you. No question from the student. Oh, guys, don't disappoint me now. Really? I didn't say talk. I said question. Okay, it's fine. Maybe they're still thinking about it.
Is it still morning or it's afternoon now? Good afternoon. Yeah, it was an unexpected ambush, program director. But anyway, I am a soldier, so I can always adapt. Let's start with the first one. What skills and competencies are required to be developed within the TVET setup? Now, skills that are developed in any education system should be the skills that are required mainly for three things: societal survival, economic survival, and just values that are required to advance society. So now, if you look at TVET colleges are set up to produce skills that are to drive the economy. So which means that the skills and competencies that are supposed to be developed within the TVET setup should be those that are for the one of those aspects that I talked about, which is driving the economy. Now, what are those skills? In the current economic environment that is characterized by globalization, it means that we need to develop skills that supports the economies, whether the local economies in terms of our African countries, but also the global economy, because there's now movement of populace from various continents. So we need to produce skills that supports the economy countries, but also the global economy. Now, if we drill down to what are those specific skills, one, we're living in a digital age. Fourth industrial revolution is not yet to start. It's something that we're living within its era now. The people who track trends, they have put to this era, having started as early as around 2011, the fourth industrial revolution era that we're living, or the digital age that we're living in. So one of those skills that are very important is the digital skills, being able to navigate the digital literacies and the digital environments that are in our lives and also in the workplaces. But also for innovation, you require critical thinking. For anybody to innovate, they have to have looked at something and analyzed it critically to bring in something new or to align it differently or in a different form, which is what innovation is about. So critical thinking, digital skills, but also collaborative skills. You will notice that we live in I indicated earlier that we live in a globalized kind of world. So there are skills that to innovate, you might need to collaborate with somebody who's sitting in a different continent and share your skills to develop something new. So collaborative skills are also very important in the TVET sector to enable for this interaction and engagement of people who are working and living in different continents. I'm not sure, I can go on, but let me leave it there for this question. Thank you.
No, thank you. I will not belabor on question one, but on question two, just to lend some experiences that we're seeing. One of them is that we are talking about industry, or rather demand-orientated TVET. But what we're also seeing that this partnership journey between TVETs and the private sector is not as easy. It's one thing to, say, yeah, we must have private sector companies. Those regulatory frameworks that enable public-private partnerships that are missing. So that is one intervention that is seriously needed across the continent. I think this fear and mistrust between government and the private sector, we need to put it aside for this one in terms of the value that it will have to the learners. Then we really need to think around what we are calling a skills economy. And this bodes with the argument that it's about skills for our own country growth, our own national growth plans, but also globally. If in 2060 we're going to be the youngest population, what policies are there to enable young Africans to go across the continents? We see people are dying off the coast of Libya and so forth, but our skills are going to be needed whether we like it or not. In Europe, in Japan, where you've got people living up to 102, and yet they're not having children. So what are those policies that are going to enable us? Just as an example, and if I may, from the colleague from Kenya, we're working with the Kenyans, WillSkills Kenya, and they were giving us an example that Kenya had 4 billion in remittances in December. And Their Excellency, their president, has made a decision that he doesn't mind exporting skills to Saudi Arabia. Why? Because those remittances will come back. And those are the ones that are taking the children to school, paying for medical aid in the rural areas, building houses in the rural areas, domestic construction is going up. So that is a policy decision that Kenya has made. We cannot absorb all these young people. Why not ship them out? Because they will simply send their money home. Another policy intervention that we need, we talk a lot, again, demand orientated, but have we even done skills forecasting and anticipation to know what those skills should be? This week we were talking in preparation for WillSkills Livingston, and we have all these podium discussions, to your point, Madam Director. We keep talking about Industry 4.0, but we can't even find institutions in Africa that are actually offering Industry 4.0 to come to a continental skills competition. Why? Because it's expensive to bring in some of these equipments for water technology and so forth. Again, it goes back to policies on investments for TVET. If we want TVET to be the bedrock, let's go back and look at the numbers, because numbers mean more than just podium discussion. Those are just some of the issues. Skills forecasting, being able to predict, because it's not just about the skills for incoming, but also in terms of where we are seeing AI replacing some jobs. So what is this lifelong learning, this adaptation that we need to embrace based on a clear projection of what are the skills for the future? Thank you.
Yeah, I think colleagues, they captured it quite very well, but maybe just to make an indication or perhaps an addition based on what Mr. Veles indicated. It's correct, we need to be able to have these particular programs that are responsive to the economic realities. Because if you can check, how many colleges are we having? We do have 50 colleges. And the critical and fundamental question that arises into that is to say, all those particular 50 colleges, to a great extent, and I'm saying this with the greatest respect. Remember, this is a prestigious opportunity to critique ourselves, but also with a quest to say how best we can also be able to improve. You have 50 colleges that all of them, they offer management assistant. I mean, where are we going to make sure that all these particular students that are doing management assistant are getting employment? Wittingly or unwittingly, directly or indirectly, are contributing to the high level of an unemployment rate. Because all of them, they graduate, they are sitting with this particular qualification, but they cannot be able to find employment. So we need to be able to come up with programs that really are responsive to the industry and ensure that we contribute to the economical developmental agenda of this particular country. Thank you.
Wow. Any TVET colleagues in the room? Yes. Any CIG colleagues in the room? Yes? No? Okay. So the TVET colleagues will do the honors. Take the message back. It's so critical. No, we cannot afford. We really cannot afford to spend the full day talking and nothing happens. The message is clear. Can we relook at the curriculum? Is it relevant for the time that we're in? Will the students qualifying with management assistant, I'm wondering what is it that they are assisting when they qualify? Will they be relevant? No, we just need to speak the truth and speak the truth alone. Truth to power. All right, in the interest of time, is that from a student or from a colleague of mine? Can you hold on to that thought? I'm going to allow, thank you so much to our panelists, you can go down. I'm going to allow colleagues. Thank you. I'm going to allow the second panel to come to the fore, and then whoever that was having a question for the first panel, there was only one hand actually, you will be accommodated. No, you will be accommodated, don't worry. When we do the Q&A for this question, for this panel, let's allow them to come to the fore. I'm worried that we were meant to finish at 1, so other people are having other commitments, so we don't want to miss out. Ms. Vyokazi Patuleni. Ms. Vyokazi Patuleni, the Deputy Director, CETA Support and Learnership, Department of Higher Education and Training. If you could please come to the fore, ma'am. Ms. Pumela Mona, Intellectual Property and Technology Transfer Manager from HSRC. Mr. Saddam Matanzima, the Manager for Technical Learning and Development from the CSIR. So this panel will be focusing on skills and competencies for a changing world in the TVET sector. Skills and competencies for a changing world in the TVET sector. Okay, we only have for this, now my mathematics, 15 minutes. We only have 15 minutes according to the schedule. So with permission from the organizers, I am going to allow each panelist 3 to 4 minutes max. Will that be okay? 3 to 4 minutes max. And then we take some questions based on your submissions.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, afternoon, sorry. I was supposed to be speaking at 11 o'clock, so my mind is programmed for the morning. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, learners. I would say all protocol observed. Sorry. Today, as we speak, and as we commemorate the Africa Day, we have students in the room. And the issues of youth unemployment are pressing concern for government and the country. At the moment, potential of youth population remains untapped. Without strategic interventions, this could be a threat to the society. Government has implemented promising programs to mobilize this potential, the potential of the youth. TVET sector in particular is called upon to address explicitly the competencies of the young people to survive and succeed in the 21st century. They need to equip learners, not just for employment, but as well to become artisans, to become citizens that can, or entrepreneurs for themselves, that can also be able to employ other people. As I'm going to be talking about the competencies of and skills for the TVET sector in the changing world, the issues of competencies for the changing world in the sector requires a multitude of stakeholders. It's not only one stakeholder or certain stakeholders should be aside. We need to engage all the stakeholders, partnerships, as it was also alluded before. Partnerships are really important. South Africa, our government has developed some legislations to ensure skills development. We're talking Skills Development Act, your Skills Development Levies Act, NQF Act. All these acts are paving way for skills development within the country. I'm not going to go to the to other acts that have been alluded to. Currently, we are moving out of the fourth industrial revolution. I want to say this, Mr. Vele has just made my presentation already. Currently, we are moving out of the fourth industrial revolution, so my work is going to be easy. This period is characterized by seamless integration of physical, digital, which is also fueled by innovations, which is artificial intelligence, robotics, and Internet of Things. As we are grappling with the complexities and opportunities that are presented by the 4IR, there are compelling signs that the world is transitioning towards another revolution, which is the fifth industrial revolution. The fifth industrial revolution promises to be cognitive in nature. It is characterized by unprecedented synergy between human and machine intelligence. So our TVET sector should be able to respond to these needs or to these skills that are going to be presented by these revolutions. We are in the fourth industrial revolution, as it has been said. It is clear that the world of work is changing, and one of the main drivers of the change, which cuts across all the sectors, is technology. As it has been said the whole morning, technology has different implications for different sectors. We talk cybersecurity. When we're talking cybersecurity, if you're talking, you're looking at the banking sector, it would have huge implications for the banking sector compared to others, although even others are not spared. We're talking big data. We're talking digitalization, artificial intelligence. The emergence of these technologies necessitates that the nature of programs and qualifications that are offered by TVET colleges have to be responsive to this phenomenon. As we have spoken about the qualifications development just shortly, all the partners have to be involved. Your industry has to be there so that it informs the qualifications that are developed by for the sector. TVET colleges have to be there to deliver on these programs. So everyone has a piece of pie, has a piece in the pie that we are talking about. From skills perspective in South Africa, we have sitters with a respective, with presence, which that represent different sectors. And its mandate is to conduct research, identify skills needs, and also channel funding towards addressing these needs. Sitters are authorities who oversee the training and development in their respective sectors. We have 21 sectors. One of the functions of the sitters is to draft sector skills plans, which are updated annually for the sector. These researches and the sector skills plans that sitters develop help government to ensure that they identified occupations in high demand. They also identify the scarce skills list. In fact, they come up with a scarce skills list. And sitters themselves are not training, as we have indicated. The sitters, they oversee the training. They partner with the TVET colleges because the training is done at the TVET college. And therefore, sitters avail or channel funding to the identified skills needs in line with their sector skills plans. Chairperson has, or the program director has said, TVET colleges have to be responsive to the societal challenges. The sitters in their sector skills plans identify key drivers of change or key change drivers, which will then inform the types of training that is needed or the type of skills that are required. I'll just talk about few of those change drivers which affect all sectors. The whole morning we've been talking about the fourth industrial revolution, and we're saying the fourth industrial revolution is upon us, and the TVET sector has to respond, and it has to be ready to ensure that it produces learners who are ready for the world of work. We spoke about the adequate supply and professionalization of the TVET workforce. What we are saying here, we are saying we need to ensure that we invest a lot in the human beings in the workforce, in the TVET sector. When we're talking about the sector, we don't only focus on learners, because we know that there are, sorry, okay. We know that there are lecturers, so we need to also invest in the lecturer development so that they are able now to assist us to train or to ensure that the learners are ready for the world of work. And we have a challenge, which I believe in terms of the partnership between public and private sector, it can be resolved. A challenge whereby we are saying the TVET sector, it's competing with skills with the private sector, and there are more incentives in the private sector, and those qualified lecturers move towards that side. So as government, we need to come up with policies that develop TVET professionals, and they also incentivize them so that they were able to retain them in the world of work. The skills that we've identified, we're talking analytical skills, interpersonal skills, and these are the skills that have been highlighted in all the sector skills plans. Ability to articulate task, problem solving, Program director is on my side, has said the time is up. What I can just say is that, government has a huge task to ensure that TVET sector is prioritized, and we have also developed legislations and policies that are driving this initiative. Like some of the initiatives that we are talking about, there are centers of specializations which are working closely with the TVET colleges in our country. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Patuleni. My fellow speakers, when I draw closer to you, it's because I love you so much. So I'm going to start to draw closer to you. We agreed 3 minutes. Ms. Pumela Mona, please come to the fore.
All right. Thank you so much for having me. In the interest of time, I'm just going to say all protocols observed. As program speaker said, my name is Pumela Mwana. I'm from the Intellectual Property and Technology Transfer Office of the Human Sciences Research Council. So today I'm going to talk about the role that intellectual property plays in fostering innovation, as well as the importance and benefits of teaching intellectual property in the TVET sector. But before I get into that, I'm going to do a brief overview of what intellectual property is, so that we're all on the same page, right? So intellectual property is creations of the mind, right? It is the creations of the mind that we do, the products that come out of that. And then it's important to note that it is protected by law. So then you get intellectual property rights over the products that you have developed, over the creations you have done. And what's important to note is that in order to enjoy intellectual property protection, your products have to be reduced to material form. So if you're singing in the shower and you come up with the next great hit, it's not good enough to be like, oh my gosh, I've got this great song that's going to be a hit, and you know, it's protected. You have to either write it down, record it, or reduce it to some form of material form in order to enjoy intellectual property protection over that. So there are 7 types of intellectual property, and 5 of them enjoy statutory protection. That means that there are laws that have been enacted that regulate ownership, regulate protection over that intellectual property. So first up, we have patents. Patents is an exclusive right that is granted for an invention, which is either a product or a process that provides a new way of doing something or offers a new technical solution to a problem, right? So a patent provides the owner with protection of the invention, meaning that the invention cannot be commercially made, used, distributed, or sold without the patent owner's consent. Next up, we have designs. A design is about shape and features that appeal to the eye. Some designs are necessitated by function, while others are merely aesthetic. Then we have trademarks. A trademark is a brand name, a slogan or a logan, or any combination of these that an organization uses to trade uses in trade to distinguish the goods and services that provides from those of others. Then we have copyrights. Copyright is the legal term that describes rights given to a broad range of original literary and artistic works. Copyrights provide creators with exclusive rights to use or authorize others to use their work in certain ways, giving them the ability to control and receive payments. And then I'm just going to touch on technology transfer for a moment. Technology transfer is the process of transferring new knowledge or the technology that you students develop. It's transferring that to third parties who are able to derive some sort of benefit from it, whether it's commercial gain or some social good. Technology transfer presents an opportunity to improve South Africa's industrial and commercial competitiveness. It creates employment, serves society, and enhances the quality of life. Now I'm going to talk about the role intellectual property plays in fostering innovation. Right, in its simplicity, innovation is all about big ideas, and the intellectual property is all about protecting those ideas. One way in which IP law impacts innovation and creativity is by providing legal protection for creative works. So by granting creators and innovators an exclusive right to profit from their work, IP law incentivizes them to continue creating and innovating, benefiting both creators and society as a whole. Now, while IP grants creators and inventors the right to profit from their work, it also encourages the sharing of knowledge and ideas. This is because IP allows others to build upon and adapt creative works, provided they obtain the proper permissions and give credit to the original creators. This sharing of knowledge and ideas is essential for innovation. It allows for new ideas to be built upon and improved upon, leading to even more innovation and creativity, right? Another important aspect of IP law is that it ensures that creators and inventors are fairly compensated for their work. By granting them exclusive rights to profit from their creations, IP law ensures that they are not exploited by others who may profit from their work without permission. This not only helps to protect the rights of individual creators and inventors, it also ensures that they are also able to continue creating and innovating, benefiting society as a whole. As stated above, IP plays an important role in contributing to economic growth and country. TVET colleges have played and continue to play a vital role in equipping individuals with the necessary skills and knowledge for employability and socio-economic development. Education is an important part of society as it confronts future challenges. Intellectual property education enables students to become familiar with IP. It is its potential for generating income and hence to appreciate the importance of IP to individuals and groups. The teaching of IP should therefore not only be focused on law students. Intellectual property has the potential to affect many disciplines, including technical, engineering, accounting, business, and management. There are many uses of IP that can benefit students. Business students will benefit from understanding the role of IP in the economy and trade. IP is significant for engineering students in the context of research and development and technology projects. Since engineers and scientists may become inventors, IP education and the use of IP tools will benefit them through protection of their ideas. In conclusion, TVET colleges must continue to cooperate with industry partners and develop industry-responsive curricula that meet the ever-changing needs of the labor market. However, they must work simultaneously and collaboratively with industry partners to design and implement competency-based curricula that address the skills and knowledge required in the 21st century workforce. Intellectual property stands as a bedrock for protecting and promoting innovation and creativity. It empowers innovators, artists, entrepreneurs to realize their vision while fueling economic and social progress. As the world continues to evolve, the challenges and opportunities in the intellectual property landscape are growing. By embracing emerging technologies, striking the right balance between protecting and access and fostering global cooperation, we can pave the way for a future where intellectual property continues to drive innovation and shape our world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Phumela Mona. Our last speaker for this panel is Mr. Saddam Matanzima, who is the manager for technical learning and development, CSR.
Good afternoon, fellow Africans. I'm not sure if the 3 minutes that the program director has allocated is good enough, but I'll try my best. Okay, colleagues, my name is Saddam Matanzima. I'm the technical manager for learning and development in the CSIR, which is the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research. So colleagues and students, I just want to share with you just few key aspects. Number of colleagues have highlighted, some skills and competencies that are required in the digital age. But I just want us to focus more on the how part. How do we get these skills, developed? I know that, the TVET college sector, when it comes to the infrastructure, that's one of the main challenges that we need to look into. Because we can't talk the digital skills when the infrastructure is not up to date, to ensure that we can develop these skills. So looking at, some of the initiatives that government is putting through the THET, the SETAs, and also with the research councils like ourselves. For instance, we are piloting one of the program called Industry Partnered Learning Factory in the Itenek, in the TVET college called MCOL. So with that, we are trying to ensure that, with these skills that we are talking about, these digital skills that we are talking about, we have the infrastructure that can, address or develop these skills. And then we also have other programs like 4IR laboratories that are being developed, by ETTP, SETA, and DHET. And all those initiatives, colleagues, we believe that these are key initiatives that can help in developing the relevant skills for the TVET sector. And in our case, we are also looking at, some of the local TVET colleges here in the Gauteng. We have already started to engage with this one, with Advocate Chilwane and Mr. Maringa, where we are trying to partner, on the centers of specialization. We'll be pushing some, occupational qualifications, like your machine tooling, your filter antenna. And of course, we need to make sure that we align all of these, into this, digital age that we're talking about. And then, so the key partnership, very important, colleagues, because we cannot do these things in isolation. We need to work together to ensure that we leverage on the limited resources that the government is allocating on education, and innovation. And one other aspect that I would like to, to emphasize is with regards to entrepreneurship. So colleagues, you know very well that, our youth, has, potential to become entrepreneurs. However, because of the kind of environment that they get exposed into, it takes a very long time for them to unleash that potential. So now the question is, how do we make sure that, we craft, a strategy that will not only focus on the technical aspects of skills that we're talking about, but will also factor in the entrepreneurship so that, these young ones, they become entrepreneurs within a very short space of time, or while they are still very young, and that will create, massive job opportunities for the other youth. So very important, as a multidisciplinary research council, we also work with the other African, countries, where we look into how best we can partner, to also make sure that we share the good lessons, because we know very well that, as a continent, we are struggling, especially when it comes to innovation. And of course, our economic growth of these countries rely more on our innovation capacity. So we really need to make sure that we push this all together. Thank you. Let me leave it there.
Thank you so much, Mr. Matanzima. Much appreciated. Colleagues, just before I call on two burning questions from the floor, there was one that was somewhere here as well that I need to come back to. For the next session, we're gonna collapse the two panels. We have some colleagues who have not made it. So the two panels will come to the fore, but my colleague will facilitate. So after this panel, I will go down. Any burning question, especially from the young people? Please stand up and speak. You can run and take this mic.
Good afternoon. Since we've heard from the great minds being the panel, the most important thing to do is to release ideas and to get the energy of youth in Africa. And also they have been accomplishing to increase the diversity of people and thinking to strengthen innovative ideas. My question to the panel and everyone is that, how do you ensure that promising new ideas are not prematurely shut down? And how do we shift a culture of yes, but to a yes and? Thank you.
Good day, everyone. My name is Tabo Modau, the SRC Deputy President of Tshwane North.
Leadership.
So I'll be asking a question regarding on TVET sector. So my question is, why can't TVET institution establish programs that have competitions which focus on students within the institution competing with inventions they made, and have scouts to witness the potentials that can change the future for greater good?
Okay. All right. Thank you for the questions. I think I can take the first question with regards to the ideas that get shut down at early stages. I think we need to look into this in relation to the innovation value chain. I don't know. There's a echo here. I don't know where is it coming from. It's fine. I can stand there. Okay, thanks for the question again. Very good questions that came from the students. So I'll tackle the one that talks to the ideas that get shut down, at early stages. So I think what is important is to understand the whole value chain of innovation. So in this case, we look into, for instance, the idea at early stages where we look at, the fundamental research, the applied research, and then technology development, and then up to the transfer and implementation of that, technology. That's where we talk now about the product or services that came out of that idea. So in most cases, what happened is that, we don't appreciate that whole value chain. We end up, trying to focus straight to the, the end. And then you find that that idea has not been tested accordingly. And as a result, you find that that idea doesn't fly because it has not been, scrutinized and go through all the relevant processes so that, you can check its viability, because at the end of the day, you are developing this, you have this idea to develop a certain technology so that you can make an impact into the industry and the society. So it's very important that you don't just, shoot straight and take the shortcuts, because some of these, ideas can be dangerous if they have not been tested, especially in the health sector. That's one of the things. Okay, thank you.
I don't have much to add, but just as he was saying about scrutinizing your idea at the very beginning, sometimes you find that there's a perceived challenge and an actual challenge. So when you look at your idea, you think that it's going to solve a certain problem, but you find that it's not actually going to benefit society at the end of the day.
Thanks, Chair. I'll attempt the question in regards with allowing the students to compete. I believe it goes, the technology that is coming and the programs that are coming are presenting us with that opportunity. For example, now we're talking about Internet of Things. We are talking about robotics. And that is the space where the learners will be able now to compete and all that. If TVET colleges could be able to ensure that they empower their learners to participate in these programs, and then that would be also a good idea. It also goes back to the issue of qualifications development. When you're developing a qualification or a curriculum development, it has to now, and we have to ensure that all these aspects are incorporated in that program that we are going to be delivering. And our learners must also be able to compete internationally, as we know that we have got some competitions that are going on, like where learners are competing even to the bigger stages. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause to our panelists as they go down. Thank you so much, panelists. Apologies that we didn't have much time for that panel. Only 15 minutes was allocated, but I think we have covered the big ground through your knowledge and expertise, colleagues. Thank you so much for that. And at this point in time, I would like to call upon Professor Chek Achu, the Acting Research Director for AISA, who will be moderating the next panel. The next panel, as I said, is collapsed into one together with the second one. So we'll be having that panel, those two panels rather, together. Thank you so much. Can we give him a round of applause as he comes? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Program Director, colleagues, Your Excellencies, good afternoon. I stand on existing protocol that was established in the morning to say Happy Africa Day. I come from the Africa Institute of South Africa, which is a research institute within the Human Sciences Research Council. Our mandate is to take South Africa to the continent and also to bring the continent to South Africa. So I urge all the students and even our diplomats, colleagues that are here to actually visit the Africa Institute. We will be able to highlight some of the key challenges or present data to you to actually answer some of the key questions that you've been asking this morning. I've been asked to moderate the last two sessions, the last two but one session before we close. Colleagues, as I indicated earlier, this particular panel, the first one that I'm going to moderate is entitled Lived Experiences of Individuals in STEM who emerge from TVET colleges. And the overall aim of the panel will be to highlight the importance of STEM in driving innovative technology and employment of young people in our society. Primarily, the presenters will strive to shift the narrative and to resituate the place of TVET colleges in refashioning the education curriculum in the country, and also to respond to the demands of our society. On this particular panel, we're going to have Johannes Chabolala. Please, could you please come up and take your seat in front? Johannes is a Tshwane South College student. So Johannes, you're welcome. Yeah. We also have Tian Lobo. Tian Lobo is going to will address us through a video message. I hope it's ready. Since we also have Innocent Magella, he's also a student here, an engineering student here at Swanen North College. Please, Innocent, could you please come in front? As a program director indicated earlier, we are collapsing the last but 1-2 sessions. So I'll call on Professor Tobejant Frenchman, the Executive Dean of the Faculty of Science at the Tswana University of Technology, to also take her seat. Yeah. And Mr. Randall Foreman, the Director of Open Learning at TVET. Without much ado, I will call on Johannes. But before I call on Johannes to come on stage, the key question that perhaps, and which has been recurring in the morning, and again, as I was asked to share this particular session, keep reflecting, to ask is, as a society and as a continent, how can we transform the STEM architecture into a veritable and effective employment tool? The current statistics in South Africa is that close to 11 million, individuals between the ages of 15 to 24, that's, are not in any form of employment or training. And this is actually a concern to policymakers in the country. So we at the HSRC, at some point, I think about 5-6 years back, we undertook an Africa-wide study to investigate the impact of the current youth bulge in Africa's economic structural transformation. The study revealed similar trends in several African countries. I think we visited Cote d'Ivoire, Kenya, Tanzania, and Zambia. The key, therefore, is the trend in this particular country projects that or shows that or revealed that about 70 or 80% of young people within this age bracket, 15 to 24, are not in any form of employment or training. And this is a concern if we really want to harness the youth bulge on the continent in order to drive the structural transformation of the continent. So the key, therefore, is, as many, in the morning have indicated, is that we need to transform the TVET colleges in order to actually ensure that we don't have these disturbing statistics. So the key, therefore, is how do we ensure that the curriculum in our universities and TVET colleges reverse this trend? I guess from the lived experiences of our panelists, they should be able to enlighten us on how we can change this particular narrative. But again, the key critical question is, how do we seize the moment to make meaningful societal changes to ensure that STEM plays a meaningful role in transforming the employment landscape in our country? Perhaps the future of work, which was mentioned earlier, championed by President Ramaphosa through the ILO and other multilateral forums, gives us insight on how we need to handle this particular initiative going forward. So back to our panel, I'll call on Johannes. Johannes, perhaps the key challenge, perhaps is not whether STEM is a game changer, but whether we really do have platforms and strategies to ensure that graduates from TVET colleges, thrive in their field. You probably have maybe 5 minutes for your input, and then I'll call on the second person to come. So, Johannes, the floor is yours.
Testing. Sorry, guys. Ayeye Africa, ayeye. Ayeye Africa, ayeye. Guys, it's an honor and privilege to be here today. I'll forever be grateful for It's an honor and privilege to be here today, and I will forever be grateful to Tshwane South College and head office for choosing me specifically for this panel to come here and stand in front of you. And it's truly an honor. Thank you. I would like to thank you all for taking your time off from your duties, work, to come here and celebrate this function with us. Once again, I would like to thank you all. Before I introduce myself, I would like everybody to stand up, please, with kind regards. Guys, I've noticed something. We've been saying beautiful words and stuff, but we never had a prayer since we got here to thank God for this wonderful celebration. So I would like us to bow our heads and pray from our hearts. So let's pray. Amen. Sorry guys about it. I hope you understand. Usually, let me say South Africa as a whole is no longer safe. So people die every day. So that's why hence we suggest that we pray. So yeah, I hope you understand. Okay, my name is Johannes Chabalala. I'm from all the way from Gauteng, Soshanguve, Block IA. Not juggling, guys. Okay. For that matter, I'm not a student. I'm no longer a student at Tshwane South College. I'm a former Tshwane South student and a former Westcoast competitor in the Westcoast 2024 and a bronze medalist in national competition. I don't want to brag about it. I brought my medal to showcase to everybody that this is what I achieved. This is my first ever medal, guys. This is my first ever medal. So this is for Tshwane. This is for Tshwane. Okay. Okay. Thank you, guys. I'd like to say thank you to Tshwane South College. I'm the former Tshwane South College student, which I was doing IT, information technology, and electrical control. Okay. About my past experiences and this competition and stuff, it wasn't easy for me, guys. For receiving this medal, I had to compete with other people to get where I am today. I joined this competition last year. A lecturer of mine told me about it and saw my potential, and I considered joining it, but it wasn't easy. We fought for 2 weeks, guys. I didn't want to get into the competition because I didn't have confidence in myself. Even now, you can see. Right now, guys, I'm currently in working right now in BMA in Hatfield. It's called Water Management Authority. I'm a IT specialist. So I know all of us growing up, we wanted to be doctors and stuff, but hey, life has ups and downs. And again, I just want to say thank you to Tshwane South Head Office for this opportunity. And I would like to thank all of the people who are here today attending this wonderful event. So I would like to say to all, I hope all we are all parents and stuff. So I would like to say to them that it's time the time for choosing the time for choosing a career for your child has passed. Now we have to look into their actions and support them in the achieving what they actually love. So it's time to change. So thank you, guys.
Thank you, Johannes. Thank you. I guess our faith is something that we usually forget to bring into the conversation. So I really thank you, Johannes, for bringing this in. Indeed, God should be the center of all our professional life. You know, perhaps if that was the case, we will not actually have the many social ills that we have in society today. Not necessarily social, but even economic ills. So thank you, Johannes, and also thank you for the inspiration words. Before I call on the next speaker, I think Siamano Sandra, please, your Actually, you are the next speaker. You're the next speaker. I'm sorry. The program has actually changed quite a bit, so I'll be improvising as I go ahead. So Siamano Sandra is actually a student here at Tshwane North College. So Tshwane South College. Sorry, Tshwane South College. So Tiamo, the floor is yours. I think the key issue here is, what are some of your lived experience? How can other young people or young students in the room benefit from what you have experienced as a student in the college? So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dimasiar. Yeah, my name is Chamano, not Tiamu. Chamano Dibuani Sandra, and I'm a proudly African. I am a former information technology and computer science student of Tshwane South TVET College, a former electrical engineering heavy current student at Tshwane South TVET College, a former chairperson and secretary general of the SRC of the mighty Tshwane South TVET College. Thank you. I am a current apprentice in electrical trades at Gandhi Mandela Center of Specialization at Tshwane South TVET College. I was actually born and bred in Tshwane South TVET College. Eh? Yes, I'm honored to be part of this African Day celebration panel and look forward to sharing in the rich cultural heritage and tradition that make our continent a vibrant and diverse. But also, it will be an injustice to go back to my seat without talking about the life of an artisan. The life of an artisan who developed from a TVET college typically involve an early interest in trade or technical field. enrollment in a TVET college for specialized training in trades, electrical, plumbing, millwright, carpentry, you name them, I get. Completion of a diploma or certificate program, apprenticeship, on-job training to gain practical experience, obtaining industrial certificates or licenses, entry-level position or starting your own business, top tier. Continuous learning and upskilling to stay current with industry developments. Potential for career advancement and supervisory of management roles. Opportunities for entrepreneurship and starting your own business. Contribution to economic growth and development through skilled workmanship. TVET College provide valuable pathway for individuals to acquire skills, technical skills, and enter to the workplace or workforce rather, as competent artisans, addressing the demand for skilled labor in various industries. With the skills I've been equipped with already in this journey, trust me, the future artisans are safe in my hands. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sandra. Thank you very much. Another round of applause to Sandra, please. I doubt why the organizers actually left you out in the first place. I think I should call on Innocent right now, Innocent Magella. I think, Innocent, the fundamental issue is whether your lived experience actually resonates with what you had anticipated, as you embarked on the STEM journey. And if not, what advice will you give to your younger self? More importantly, what should colleges do differently so that the critical recommendations that we've seen, of head, in the morning and in this particular, and in the panel before these are actually implemented to make our life a bit more easier. So, Innocent.
Good day, everyone. I hope you are all well. Thank you, Mr. I forgot your name. Thank you for this opportunity. Firstly, I would like to recognize everyone who has gathered in here with us as we celebrate Africa Day. I'd like to introduce myself firstly. My name is Mjela Innocent from Mamelodi, a student at Tshwane North College. I'd like to start with my experience at the college. My experience in the college has been very humbling and mind-opening. Throughout my time at Tshwane North College, I've gotten the great opportunity to learn so much about ways of college and how to improve my academic life and social life. Despite it being overwhelming and successful, this experience helped me to develop and learn new advice and resources on how I can personally succeed while attending the college. Actually, I'm not a talkative person. I don't have so much ways to say, but then I like, it was a great honor and to be a student at Tshwane North College, and I appreciate the support from the management throughout the entire time. And one of the first things that I learned is that at the college, at Tshwane North College, they'll give you support in everything in related to academics. And that's what they've been offering, and they still offer up until today. And I enrolled in electrical engineering. Being an electrical engineer student, I had learned a lot of skills where I can do a lot of practical work on my own. I can at least, for instance, do some small business on the side because of the knowledge I got at the college and the experience I learned there. Thank you.
Thank you, Innocent. Thank you very much for that words of encouragement to colleagues who are still at the university. Colleagues, let us listen to a video message from Tian Global. I guess her message will touch on some of her experiences as a STEM student and the lessons that we can all learn as we strive to change the youth unemployment narrative in the country. So colleagues, if we have that message, could you just play it?
Mapupo fezeka nami ngimele khaya lami nami ngimele moto yami Mapupo fezeka nami ngimele khaya lami
I wear my smile with pride as I look back upon where I started, from unboxing my first ever kit to learning about new products and having product training from really good product brands, from working in a spa part-time to working in the safari to working across oceans to discovering many talents to having a floating breakfast and to still being me.
And I'd like to thank my lecturers for showing me that this is not just the beauty industry, this is a passion, and I've learned to see my full potential. I'd like to thank Mrs. Anan, Mrs. Thomas, and Mrs. Fareed for giving me the key to my own world, for showing me where the key is, basically. The world is really your oyster. For anyone out there listening, the world is truly your joy that I'm learning more about myself as an individual. And there isn't really much challenges I faced working abroad. It's just the small barriers of food, accustomed to their food. Other than that, my journey has just begun and I can't wait for more of my journey. For me, being a spa therapist is just more than doing massages. It's just more than making a client feel beautiful, making a client feel well. I feel like for me, it was a chosen blessing and I'm grabbing that with both my hands. It's a great opportunity for me to see my full potential and what I can unlock throughout working internationally as I strive for more. These 2 countries that I've been in, there's just the beginning. There's still more that the world has to see of me and what I have to give to the world as a spa therapist. And I'd like to thank Twana North College for the opportunity of having the course on site, as the challenges I have faced working abroad has just been sculpting there for character development, I'd like to believe, and it's not something horrible or horrendous. It's just for character development in the working industry. So I'll take that with a grain of salt. There's not really much I could complain about, as it is a working industry, and in the workplace we do have minor problems or major problems. So for me, I'm taking it as a learning curve for my next opportunity to come. I know what I'm prepared with, I'm equipped with from previous experience, and yeah, it's nothing really too hectic, nothing bad about it. The food is different, very different, but it's consumable. My favorite part is meeting new people. As I work with different people from different backgrounds, I learn from their backgrounds, they learn from my background, and we get to share and connect under one umbrella. As spa therapists, we share our experiences, we share our journeys, and since mine has just begun, I still have a lot more to offer. Studying beauty has been one of the most eye-opening journeys of my life. Necessarily so because there's so much more that I was not aware that there's so much more that can be offered in the beauty space. Yeah, man, there's a lot more. There's really a lot more, and I'm grabbing it by both hands to know more so I can show up with more as I am enjoying the space. I truly am. And yeah, guys, there isn't much to say, honestly. There's really not much to say. Thank you so much for this opportunity for me to share just a glimpse of my highlights thus far, as there's more yet to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think Tia's Lovo's experience actually shows us that you can actually be somebody that can actually create employment for other people rather than just waiting on perhaps government and the private sector to actually do something in terms of changing the narrative in terms of unemployment in the country. Colleagues, as I indicated earlier, we've actually collapsed the 2 sessions. I'll call on Mr. Randall Folsman, sorry. He's a director of open learning at the Department of Higher Education and Training. And he will talk to us today on the role of educators, in upskilling in the digital economy, with regards to how, TVET colleges can actually change the narrative. So, Mr. Folsman, the floor is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, colleagues. I'm not going to go through the whole process. I'm going to say all protocol observed, like my colleague, Mr. Vele. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me this afternoon. I think our technology is going to let us down today, but nevertheless. Let me start off by saying thanks for having me here today. I think the first thing that's important is that we've had a number of speakers this afternoon speaking about innovation. I think our colleague from Namibia spoke about resilience of the education system, the use of alternative power supply and all of that, and the importance of it. But I think central to all of this is going to be our students, because our students are the ones that's going to have to implement, our students are the ones that's going to have to develop these new skills. And I think our keynote address spoke very clearly about 3 important things. The one must be dedicated, then being very disciplined, and I think the third one was they must dream. Am I correct, ma'am? Program director, you agree, ne? Mkali 1,000, ma'am. BP 1,000, yeah. Fagi pocket, yeah, ma'am. And when you land to go, you have another thing of transferring into Fagi bank account into the department. Aye, ma'am. Oh, ma'am. Cash is king, ma'am. Cash is king, ma'am. Tell them, ma'am, please. It's quite obvious we need to add a 4th word, ne? Tololo. Nothing for me, I wanna. So So colleagues, it's so important, and unfortunately I don't have to, I'm not going to struggle with the slideshow. I'm just going to speak about it quickly. So who am I and where am I from? And I mean, Mr. Vele was very articulate about where he's from and his background and all of that. This is all I know when I spoke to Mr. Nimapatu Uti, hey, how must I dress? No, you must do traditional dress wear. Guys, I'm from Mitchell's Plain, Cape Town. I mean, then it means I must take my teeth out, I must come with a gun. Yeah, well, that's not going to work. Imagine I come here with tattoos and no shirt. Yeah, well, that's not going to work. So we have to be realistic. That's the best I could do. But it does change my perspective on things around what is important for our students going forward. I think a lot of questions has been asked about lecturer development, student development, the access to platforms and all of that. One important thing that the program director spoke about was to say, are we still going to have a talk shop this year and next year the same thing? Are we still going to hear the same stories? And that can't be. This is why I thought maybe making a presentation so that you could see what is the progress that we've made as the department. Now, what do I do? When they say I'm the director for open learning, what does that mean? I think two things. First of all, is to improve access. As you know, our brothers and sisters that's in Matric Ngokune, next year, you're going to find a small percentage of them would be able to get to institutions. So there's an issue of access. Flexibility, you know what happened during COVID. During COVID, we had to find different ways for us to teach and to learn. We had to speak about something called zero rating. Remember that, where you got free data. Did it happen? Anyway, let's not go into that. Let's park Lantuna. So we had to find different ways of making sure that students have access to teaching and learning. Now, I can speak about policies until next week, but I don't think anybody's going to pay attention to it. What is important is, how are we implementing this? The first thing to indicate is that we started as a department to say, let's look at online environments and let's make sure in the online environments, we address the issues of access to digital content and all of that. I think our colleagues raised a very important thing around intellectual property earlier on. When you develop things, you need to take ownership of it and you need to be able to benefit from it. But remember, as a government department, we develop content from government money, which means our approach is slightly different. Everything we develop on the National Open Learning System is free of charge at no cost to the lecturers. The only proviso we ask is that when you use it as lecturers and the student is that you don't go and resell it to somebody else, but you share it because we've used government money to develop it, right? Now, the system is up and running. We've done some case studies. In other words, when I'm saying case studies, I'm saying when we develop the system, we need to know that if you develop the system, you're developing it for students. So we did some case studies to find out what is it that the colleagues wanted? What is it that the lecturers wanted? What is it that the students wanted? And we developed the system, it's a learning management system. It's available at the moment. I think key to all of this is that when we develop the content that goes on it, we have to consult with our colleague from KZN, Mr. Vele, to make sure that when I'm developing something, it's not paper behind glass, number one. It has simulations, it has interactivity, it has assessments, and it has to be accessible off your digital devices. Now, when we do that, it does mean that our lecturers need to be trained. And so 2 years ago, we went from one province to another province, training the lecturers, making sure they understand what Lanto, this system is all about, what does it do? Because it's very bad when you as a lecturer standing in front of something and you don't know how this thing works. Ne? In most instances, we then get the support from the students and say, guide us. So we've done the training for the lecturers. We are now busy with the training of the managers. One last thing I want to indicate to you. Yes, we have our own content on there, but we're also partnering with industry. And I think one of the students asked the question earlier on, because it seems sometimes like we're stuck in the dark ages government. Ne? We partnered with HP and we partnered with Intel. Now, who of you know Orbit College in Northwest? Yeah? Last year, what we had done was, I think 2 years ago, we partnered with Intel and we said we want to do artificial intelligence at the college. After we completed that, we gave them equipment, we gave them training. We then said to the students, now it's up to you to showcase what you can do. You know what they did? End of last year, they went to Poland, 3 students. They won the category for the project that they've designed. So again, I'm saying, there's no but, there's and in the story. So the opportunities are there. It's up to you as the students to grab those opportunities with both hands and show us what it is that works for you. One last thing. Now, the system, the National Open Learning System is there, but I think the way we access it is for us a big issue. So we are redesigning it again. We've started from scratch. And what we are doing now is we are saying for a student to access the system, how do you access your stuff these days, your banking? How do you access that? There's an app on your phone. Ne? Anything that you want to do, honestly, there's an app. So we've now redesigned it so that in the next 6 months, you'll be able to access the educational content from an app of your phone. So there is things moving. The one thing I often hate is to say that we are still going to, or we are planning to. 30 years later, we can't be doing that. So what we are saying is we have moved. Go and take a look at the National Open Learning System. Unfortunately, I can't showcase the presentation, but I think go and take a look at it and see whether this colored guy from Mitchell's Plain is telling the truth or not. Good luck with that. But when you see the opportunities that are there, grab hold of it. We've also asked Intel to put all their artificial intelligence courses on the system. So when you complete it, you get a certificate from them. Go and take a look at it. Our aim is to take unconventional combinations. You know, these days, a mechanic needs to understand computers. So if you've got a qualification in mechanics, you need to go somewhere to get this computer qualification. The same with a plumber, the same with the electrician these days. They need to understand how technology works. So those are the things that we're moving towards, and those are the things that we're wanting to make sure that you guys have access to, but we can only be guided by it if you guys use the solutions. Colleagues, students, thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fransman. I think, colleague students, I think the person who really needs to engage with in this particular room is Mr. Fransman, because he sits at the center of some of the policy interventions that the government is doing in order to change the narrative, to change the curriculum, you know, to address the issue of employment, especially with how TVET colleges can actually contribute to lowering the employment rate in the country. Another important person in the room as well is Professor Terwijent Frenchman. She's the Executive Dean, the Faculty of Science at Tshwane University of Technology. I think, Prof.
Thank you, Program Director. And also in the interest of time, allow me to stand in the protocols that have been established earlier, and also to wish you a happy Africa Day. I'm here actually to talk about the role that universities should be playing in upskilling TVET colleges, educators for the digital economy. And in the morning, the program director alluded that universities can no longer be the white elephants that sit alone and work in silos. They can never be echelons of privilege and that of the elite. So I am very grateful to this opportunity to share with you what are the possibilities that can be brought about by the cooperation and partnerships between TVET, the TVET sector, and the universities. So as early as 2015, following the Human Resource Development Council meeting, which was held at Ekurhuleni West TVET College, the Honorable Higher Education and Training Minister, Blade Nzimande, identified that the success of the TVET sector lies largely in the partnerships they are able to forge with other sectors. He went on to say that the TVET college sector has an evenness in producing quality skills that are responsive to industry needs and the development agenda of the country. Minister Nzimande mentioned 4 levels of 4 levels of immediate challenges that have to be identified in the TVET sector. They include poor delivery of teaching and learning, poor management and administration, limited access to workplace training opportunities, and limited unemployment of TVET graduates. So I'm here as a university challenged at how and how much have we contributed to those challenges. The demand for new skills and digital technologies are creating new opportunities and challenges for the TVET sector. And if I can ask, are there any TVET lecturers in the audience? Because I think this is for you. Okay, I see one there, okay. So global changes in access to higher education or to education modalities, learning methods, assessment, and certification are taking place alongside massification and internationalization of education. You would have heard earlier on, the program director said she was also responsible for the portfolio of internationalization. Moreover, developments such as massive open online courses are disrupting established operational models in post-secondary education sector. Therefore, the use of digital technologies, including open education resources, online learning, as the previous speaker has alluded, machine learning and artificial intelligence in education and training are also driving change in the development of learning materials, teaching and learning processes, as well as fundamentally changing the pedagogies. Real-time data and data analytics are also complementing traditional labor market information systems by providing a more timely understanding of the changing demand for skills. There is new forms of certification, which include micro-credentialing, digital credentials, and open and online badges, which are supporting the recognition and validation of learning outcomes, including non-formal and informal learning, while ongoing efforts to digitize learner records are facilitating student mobility. Combined, these changes present a range of significant challenges and opportunities for TVET colleges and their skills development systems. Therefore, universities and universities of technology in particular should play a critical role in upskilling of TVET educators to close the gaps which were identified by the Human Resource Development Council and also mentioned by the various speakers who came before me from morning up until now. Universities should play a critical role and a central role in transformation of the TVET curriculum. And earlier in the morning, the deputy principal registrar alluded to the need to transform the curriculum and what curriculum transformation, what it actually should look like and what it means. So this involvement of universities in the transformation of the TVET curriculum will assist the TVET sector to respond to the ever-changing world of work, to implement digital pedagogies, to train and produce graduates with skills and competencies that will make them employable or creators of employment, as we have heard earlier from the graduates of this same TVET college which we are at. Ladies and gentlemen, articulation agreements between TVET colleges and universities. The deputy principal mentioned that there are 50 TVET colleges in South Africa. And imagine how many of these articulation agreements they can foster with the 26 public universities that can be for the benefit of the TVET sector. So these articulation agreements are a strategic pathway for access to higher degrees by TVET college educators and for TVET graduates seeking to further their studies. In addition, we have policies that enable us, such as the SAQA policy for credit accumulation and transfer that promotes articulation between qualifications within and across the 3 sub-frameworks of the National Qualifications Framework, which can enable these articulation agreements. In addition, strategic collaborations between TVET sector, universities, and the private sector can facilitate skills development and transfer through students and staff exchange programs. Such collaborations can be operationalized in the form of technical training for staff and students, including short learning programs for continuous professional development. For instance, this very past Wednesday, the Tshwane University of Technology Artificial Intelligence Hub, in collaboration with Intel, an IT industry leader in creating world-changing education technology, launched an AI Career Tech Center, a first of its kind at an institute of higher education in Africa. One of the targeted initiatives in collaboration with Intel is to implement special programs such as the Intel Digital Readiness Programs and the AI for Future Workforce Training Programs. These programs are aimed to empower the future workforce, such as the ones that is produced at the TVET colleges, and for ensuring that the graduates have the necessary AI skills for employability in the digital economy, and provide training to the latest teaching and learning content incorporating new AI trends. Through tripartite MOUs, TVET educators and students can gain access to this AI app and similar ones which are based at universities across South Africa. So in closing, trainers and teachers in the TVET sector, they face multiple changes. However, they should be able to transform, and through partnerships with universities, they can take on the following roles in upskilling themselves so that they can also skill the students to be active participants in the digital economy. Curriculum development. Through curriculum development, education can update and adapt the curriculum to include the relevant and up-to-date digital skills and technology that are in demand in the digital economy. Instruction and training. Educators are also responsible for delivering high-quality instruction and training to students on various digital skills, such as coding, data analytics, digital marketing, and cybersecurity. Facilitation of hands-on learning experience. Universities should provide opportunities for TVET students to gain hands-on experience with digital tools and technologies. For instance, hosting them in AI hubs, such as the one at TUT. And this could involve practical projects, internship, and industry collaborations that allow students to apply their skills in real-world scenarios. Promoting collaboration and networking, I think I've already alluded in the importance of collaboration. Professional development. TVET educators could also undertake continuous professional development by participating in training programs, workshops, conferences, and online courses that can help them to enhance their digital teaching abilities and expertise. Evaluation and assessment. Through partnerships with universities, educators can also acquire the necessary competencies that will allow them to involve this digital economy or skills using assessments such as exams, projects, portfolios, and certifications. So in conclusion, to advance digitization in TVET colleges by improving the digital capabilities of teaching staff, the challenges blocking teachers and trainers, access to and uptake of digital skills development opportunities need to be overcome, and TVET teachers' confidence and motivation to incorporate these digital tools, technologies, and e-learning into their practices need to be boosted in collaboration with universities. I thank you.
Thank you, Prof, the Executive Dean at TUT. Colleagues, we've come to the end of this particular panel. But again, I think TUT has actually been at the vanguard of actually championing the idea of vocational training in South African higher education. And I guess it will just be proper that TUT hold the hands of other TVET colleges in the right direction in order to actually change this particular conversation. So in the main, colleagues, before I call on Dr. Vatiswa to come and facilitate the question and answer session, let me just give my closing remarks to say, we actually need to actually phantom a credible Africa-inspired STEM governance framework on the continent, which consider our specific contextual scenarios. We need to seek ways how STEM can enhance and valorize our indigenous knowledge system. Fundamentally, how do we ensure that a holistic, work integrated and learning system, that talks to the critical needs of our society? I think what the dean actually alluded to speak to some of these critical issues that we really need to consider. The university reforms in this country that were implemented in 2004, and the reformed TVET colleges definitely respond to these challenges, and we therefore need to put our heads together to make sure that the system works for all. But before, as I said, before I call on Dr. Vatiswa, the DVC, what are some of my observations for future conversation? I was reading a Mail and Guardian paper recently, and I was reading an opinion piece by Klaus Schwab, who is the founder and executive chairperson of the World Economic Forum. He actually argued that that we really need to start looking at how we can actually envisage the future. And in that particular opinion piece, he said, what kind of capitalism do we want? He argued that, that we may be defined, that this particular question of what kind of capitalism we do want is actually the defining question of our era, if we want to sustain our economic system for future generations. He further opined that we have three models to choose from. The first is the shareholder capitalism, which is embraced by most Western corporations. And shareholder capitalism holds that a corporation's primary goal should be to maximize profits. The key, the main issue here is that capitalism breeds poverty, inequality, monopolistic economic tendencies, and greed. The second he contends is state capitalism, which entrusts the government with setting the direction of the economy and has risen to the prominence in many, emerging African economies, including China, South Africa, and other emerging economies. The third is the stakeholder capitalism, which he argued, position private corporations as trustees of society and is the best response to today's socioeconomic and environmental problems. So our societal problems are the main concerns that this kind of, capitalism actually, strive to achieve. So our take, or the way, or how we envisage our future will depend on what kind of capitalism that we choose for ourselves. So with that, I conclude this particular session and I call on Dr. Vatiswa to handle the question and answer and to close the Africa Day celebration. So thank you, colleagues.
Thank you so much to our moderator. A round of applause for him once again. He has done a great job. I have been made aware, colleagues, that lunch has already been prepared and it's going to get cold. and therefore I would request humbly so that we do skip the question and answer session. Wait, I'm still talking. And then we go straight, in the interest of time, go straight to the closing remarks. And then after the closing remarks, the choir will take us out to lunch. And since I'm not going to come back to the stage again, I would like to express my sincere gratitude once again. And I would like to say to my fellow colleagues, Can I get some quietness? Thank you. I would like to say to my colleagues, I am sure you have noted that our university, the Tshwane University of Technology, the largest UOT on the continent. Yes, it is the largest UOT on the continent. Has made a very strong stance in terms of participating in this program. You are having the member of the Executive Management Committee having directed this program today. You know that it's not cheap to have the DVC the whole day. Some of us are going to pay arrears tonight. We're not going to sleep because we have to catch up with everything of today. And I'm being serious. We have sent our executive dean for the entire Faculty of Science. So TVET, please take note of this, that we are taking this work very seriously. And we are resolute in our position of ensuring that we are not just islands, we are not just monuments of elite, but we are doing what is impactful to our society. So I'm carrying greetings then to the from the university. That is a home to the first established Institute for Future of Work among the 26 publicly funded universities. I'm carrying greetings from the university that is the host to the Cannabis Hub. I believe we're the only ones thus far. I'm carrying greetings from the university that has 8 centers for research and innovation, 4 institutes, 3 technology stations, 2 hubs, of which one of those hubs is artificial intelligence hub, and 1 incubator. So we are walking the talk. And we're already collaborating with a number of TVET colleges. So I am making a call as we close, or rather as I'm stepping down, that come closer. If you want to run far, let's run together. But if you want to run fast, run alone. With those words, to whom much is given, much is expected. Sithi kuni nonke ke maze nethole. Masogalosa rhuqando zakuthi. Your host for today, Dr. Vatiso Papu Zamgaga from the best university in this country.
Program Director, I would like to observe all protocols. My job is an easy one, is that of just delivering a vote of thanks on behalf of Tshwane North TVET College and Tshwane South TVET College. Before I do that, I would like us to stand up and give a standing ovation and a big a hand of applause to the program director of the day. Deputy VC, thank you so much for having driven this program so well with so much enthusiasm. Thank you so much. Colleagues, can we settle down? I'm going to finish off. I'm not going to take long. I understand that it's between me and lunch. I would like to express our deepest gratitude to the Department of Higher Education and Training and the Department of Science and Innovation for their steadfast support and visionary guidance. I need to indicate to say that this activity today, as we celebrate Africa Day, it did not just empower the students that are sitting here, but me as Utisho Mkhulu, you know, the principal of the institution. I think that I have learned a lot. from this. And what I wish to see happen is that this should not be just that activity that has happened. I think that we need more engagements of this sort. The other thing that I also picked up is that we don't even have lecturers here. And when Prof was talking about the initiatives that are there at TUT and what is happening, I think that we need a bigger audience. And we need to ensure that our lecturers form part of these conversations. And I take it upon myself as the principal of Tshwane North TVET College, that we are definitely going to extend an invitation to Tshwane University of Technology, to the CSIR, and a lot of other speakers that were here today, so that we have that kind of engagement and also that kind of dialogue with our very own educators. Because currently, today, we may be speaking to students, but I think that the correct audience, it will be at the top. So thank you so much for all the things that we have shared this afternoon. To the partners, TUT, HSRC, CSIR, NRF, everybody else that has made this occasion, or event a success. We are saying that thank you, because collaboration ensures that our institutions reflect real world industry needs and trends. Without collaboration, I don't think that there's any way that will go as institutions. To the speakers that we had today, I think that we have learned a lot from you, and we would like to thank you for sharing your profound insights on the importance of pedagogical approaches, emerging skills for the fourth industrial revolution, and the significance of entrepreneurship in driving innovation, because we cannot talk about innovation without talking about entrepreneurship and creativity that comes with it. Thank you so much. I don't want to go far in terms of all the things that I have written because of time, but I think that a takeaway for me in this event, as we celebrate Africa Day, it is the importance of collaboration. Collaboration with universities of technology, industry, the SETAs, because I am saying that without us collaborating and ensuring that we work together, currently we are working in South Africa, but we're working in silos. We are not bringing all the important stakeholders together to ensure that we really prepare our students either for the world of work or for them to articulate into higher or into universities, or they get into entrepreneurship. Lastly, I would like to recognize the significance of today's celebration of Africa Day, which reminds us of our collective heritage and the incredible potential we hold as a continent. By focusing on the critical role of TVET colleges, we celebrate our shared journey towards innovation, entrepreneurship, and sustainable development. TVET colleges are central to changing the lives of the people. And I would like all of you as students sitting here today, to those that have disengaged, young people that have disengaged, the ones that we call that they are neither in employment, education, and training, become ambassadors. Go and tell them out there to say that there is an opportunity, and there's an opportunity of a second chance in TVET colleges, because we cannot sit in corners, wait for 350. It cannot be correct. Let them come back to TVET colleges. They don't even have to pay school fees because NSFAS is available. And I appreciate, Director, that we are also talking about online learning. Once that is introduced, and it is introduced in full scale, then we'll never have a problem of coming up with ceilings in terms of enrollments, but we will open up access because students will learn from everywhere. Thank you so much and happy Africa Day to you all.
Just before the last song, I'm so sorry, choir director. My sincere apologies, choir master. Sorry, my sincere apologies. I nearly lost my job. There is Advocate Ndombi Zodwa Kuta, the Chief Director from Legal and Legislative Services from TVET. I thought she's not here when she didn't come to the fore, but she is here. So I expected both the madams to come to the fore. Please, can we allow him? And then we're gonna sing that last song. I'm so sorry.
I can see that some of our dignitaries have left. I would imagine that because of the timelines that we have gone over. On behalf of the DDG Nolwazi Gasa, who was supposed to be the one giving this vote of thanks on behalf of the Department of Higher Education and Training, I want to thank the college for hosting us, and I'm happy to see you, Mrs. Sibo. Also, I want to thank the program director. She was very dynamic. We did not feel that we were in such a long day. It looked like it's 1 hour. Thank you so much for your dynamism. I want to thank the speakers, the panelists, and also the students. You are so disciplined, and I can see that your dreams are really making you, taking you far. One thing I picked up from all the speakers was the issue of intellectual property. I would imagine because of being an advocate, all I'm looking out for is the law and whether it is broken or not. And in this case, I want you to know that I'll be working very closely with Pumela Mona. I'm not sure if she's still here. And make sure that all your songs that you have created and all your films are now protected. I am here to do that for you free of charge. So you must make sure that you are innovative and make sure that whatever you have innovated is protected. I think it's important that we emphasize that. Ma'am, I don't want to be seen to be the one who made people to be even hungrier. Thank you so much. And thanks.